That is the three axes that we have within Kankyo as regards circular economy, and we need to close that part. We have started working with very good results, but we need to continue. So we wanted to have an improvement in the sustainability of the value chain. A great presentation. Yes, thank you very much. I'm sorry to interrupt you. You said that this started in 2020, so which are the benefits that you have already seen so far? It is very short term now, but maybe you can measure that within the company in a qualitative matter. Yes, the results are surprising, and at the end of the presentation, before the conclusion, I explained which were the benefits, both environmental benefits and economic and social benefits, closing the idea of sustainable development. Okay, we can go to that if you want to. As regards the circular economy activities, very briefly I will explain them. We were working with our supplier of antennas, and we sent them the plastic resulting from the injector of the bumper, and we created these antennas from recycled plastic here in Toyota, Argentina, in Zárate. For one of these products, we can recycle up to 2.46 grams of recycled material instead of using virgin materials. And also we have the soundproof panels. They have a lot of cotton fiber, and we started reusing the uniforms of our employees as raw material to create these soundproof panels, creating for each of them almost 2 kilos of waste that were recyclable, used as raw material instead of using virgin cotton fiber. Then we were working with the stamps for the radiators and the use of different plates that we have of panels. We are using the metallic parts to create the supporting arms of the radiator, creating a reduction of almost half a kilo of consumption of virgin plates to do this part, and a reduction, of course, in the cost of those parts. If we supply a high percentage of raw material, there is a reduction in the spare parts costs. And then I will briefly explain about that prejudice. Me as a supplier, do I lose profitability? No, because the profitability for us has a positive impact in suppliers as well, because they have less costs, and this makes for a more solid commercial relation. And we want to work with these circular economy concepts with our suppliers as well. And then we worked with the reinforcement of the structure of the cars, providing metallic raw material to save up to $4 for each produced vehicle here in Toyota, Argentina, and also reducing 2 kilos per each of these parts in consumption of raw material, virgin raw material. And lastly, applying that knowledge, we said, okay, let's try to do circular economy within Toyota. And we found that from the injector of the torpedoes of our boards, we could adapt them and re-inject that as raw material in the injection of the bumpers, creating a very good saving of annual cost of almost $65,000 a year, and a reduction in the cost and a 7.7 kilogram reduction per each vehicle that we produce here. The second part of circular economy, of responsible consumption, with the experiences that we learned, we transferred that to the boutique products that we sell with our dealers, from scrap bumpers and destructive tests that we do for quality assurance. We could create sunglasses that do not use virgin raw material, and the same drivers of the racing Rossi and Sampero, they also asked us to build sunglasses for them to have something unique using recycled materials and not using virgin raw materials. We had some other ideas, such as those from the car seats. We created bags that we sold in the dealerships, and they were very successful. And tool sheds and other types of products. And closing the presentation, so as not to have a long presentation, we're also working with blending, that is leveraging the energy contained in hazardous waste of the car industries to create an alternative fuel for the cement industry. For special waste, it is one of the best revaluations, leveraging the heat power of hazardous waste, because we do not have to burn them or bury them, that waste from the universe, and save on the consumption of gas. So in Toyota Argentina, we saw that we have high waste that produce a lot of heat, and we could have an alternative fuel for the furnaces of the cement company. So we started working on this project. Today we have one of the suppliers, and we send them to the blending. We also do the transfer of our waste, and Resicom, the company where we produce this alternative fuel, we have the good, perfect blending to be able to take advantage from this. So we had waste that was buried or burned, and now we have an alternative consumption, replacing fuel, and provides a second life to this type of waste. As regards the results that you mentioned, Caio, yes, this is the last one, yes, the last slide. Yes, we had great results. We have 5 eco parts in Toyota Hilux. We saved more than 500,000 kilograms of virgin raw material. We have sent over 202,000 kilograms of special waste to blending, avoiding being buried. And we also have a reduction in the KPI of over 10% as regards the management of waste, and we can have a reduction of consumption of gas of over 100,000 cubic meters. The economic and environmental aspects of this are complementary. For 2021, we have reduced cost of $4.5 per vehicle, so we are in a reduction of cost of $5,000 a year. This is very competitive. Santiago, I'm sorry, I do not have more time. I have to go to a different guest, panelist. I'm sorry, but your presentation was amazing. And I really liked this, and I wanted to see the benefits that you showed in numbers and in quantities and kilograms and in pesos and dollars. So excellent presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's go on to Geocycle. We have engineer Mariano Bojo. He's connected to our Zoom. He's the general manager for Argentina. He's working with us and coming here. He feels it's very important. We're going to talk about this. He comes both as also as part of an announcement. And Gerardo Bojo, Mariano Bojo, sorry. He's welcome, and yes, thank you, Caio. It's very nice to meet you, and please, Santiago, can you stop sharing the screen so that we can see Mr. Bojo? Okay, yes, we have a video here to introduce, to present, to talk about Geocycle. We'll see it, and then we'll move on to talking with the engineer. Sustainable waste management. We are a company by Holcim Argentina, and we are specialized in sustainable waste management. We invite you to do a virtual tour of our factory, located in Malagueño, Córdoba. The waste goes in authorized transportation, which may come from industrial or residential origin. We go to weigh-in, and then we start with recording and internal follow-up. Then we have a laboratory where we perform the necessary tests to guarantee that the waste that goes in fulfills the necessary conditions to be thermically valued in cement ovens. In the lab, we check that the waste is safe for collaborators, the community, the environment, and the quality of our cement. Then, after the first analysis, the waste is taken to the deposit for its temporal storage. We have three types of deposits for liquids, semi-solids, and solids. These warehouses have a reinforced fire detection and extinction system. We have materials and containment systems for possible spillages, and we have a system for the proper storage of waste. And using the formulations that are stated by the lab, they are taken to a plant where they are changed to an ideal site. They're crushed, so in that for that end. Then they are mixed homogeneously, preparing solid fuel called blending. And once again, the lab checks the quality of this blending, and if the quality is appropriate, then it's released for being used in the cement oven of the Malagueño plant. We are ready to provide a second life to waste as an alternative fuel and to contribute to a circular economy. And after co-processing, the waste becomes energy to manufacture cement, which is then going to be used to create bridges, houses, and roads. In 2019, we have revalued close to 80,000 tons of waste, which is the same as 42 Olympic swimming pools. Thank you for visiting us. We had there incredible work that they do all over the world and here in Argentina, and in this case, as we saw here in Córdoba, in Malagueño, in the Holcim plant. Mariano, welcome again. It's impressive. We see it explained in this video so simply, but it's so much. There's so much behind it. Exactly. Like you said, Cayo, it's completely circular. Santiago was also mentioning it in his talk, and this does not only give circularity to waste, but we also do it in a very good way. There are several examples that we can talk about, and here we have, I can see Julio as well, and this is something that we do here in Córdoba. Excellent. Let's see the presentation. We dive right into what you have to tell us. Gladly. First thing that I want to share in this World Summit of Circular Economy is that we have a single planet, but the world is going to, by 2050, we're going to be consuming enough for 3 times as many resources than the ones that we have. So this asks for us to work together to solve this crisis. When we're talking about waste, we are talking about almost 4 billion tons or 4 trillion tons of residue that are generated every year. This equates 1.6 trillion tons of CO2. And looking at 2050, what we expect is that the growth of the waste generation will, as the presentation says, will exceed the population growth in over twice. So we're going to grow twice as much in waste generation as in population. And as for the sustainability pillars in Holcim, we work on 4 pillars: climate and energy, circular economy, environment, and communities. If we focus on circular economy, mainly in circular cycles, GeoCycle is a sister company of the Holcim Group. It is in charge of revaluing the waste at a large scale. When we talk about a large scale, we talk about our performance. In 2019, we had almost 48 million tons of residue, and we intend to duplicate this number for 2030. We talk about 80 tons of residue for what we do here in GeoCycle. And let's see how we look right now. GeoCycle, the present, these are all of the countries in green, are the ones in which we operate in GeoCycle. Over 51 countries where over 20% of our energy to produce cement came from alternative fuels. Not only that, but they're also in other places. We have over 10,000 clients around the world and 90 pre-treatment platforms. Over 180 ovens that are fed with the materials. And also we limit the use of fossil fuels, and we reuse the waste. And this platform has a wide presence around the world, and it's important to point out that we need to do things right. Here we have what we see here, the SDGs, and we have taken part in this in the launch of what we call Net Zero, which is a global commitment in which we commit to certain metrics established for 2050 in order to create a reduction in CO2 emissions and therefore help on all the joint actions done worldwide to prevent global warming. And it's important to have very important organizations like Sustainalytics and CHRB, which have given us awards on corporate governance and on our environment management. Then I want to highlight where the co-processing is in our revaluing chain of waste, and our company prevails in everything that you can consider prevention and recycling. We work on co-processing, but it doesn't mean that that everything goes to cement, but everything that we can recycle or reuse to create new packaging, we do it, but we are aware that where we are in a place where co-processing is considered some sort of chemical recycling, thermal recycling, because we are taking advantage of 100% of the energy, and the ashes are in these ashes we recover 100% of the material of the cement. For the cement. So this is what we do through the co-processing. There are other technologies like waste to energy or incineration or landfilling, which are the final step, and this is obviously used. So here's to show you a little bit in the image how the waste looks once it's been formulated as an alternative fuel. We have the remainders of the waste, and the priority here is to use the waste as a resource to reduce the use of fossil fuels and using low carbon alternatives. And this system, of course, allows us to reduce in a 40% the emissions of CO2. Both for cement as well as other industries. Our performance in Argentina, we can see that we have that annually. We are talking about something that is incredibly massive. that equates to over 100 Olympic swimming pools filled with revalued waste, over 195,000 tons of waste. So something that's going to be discussed later by Julio Bañuelos is the way that we work with the landfills. We do recycle the non-recyclable waste. How does this work? This works by receiving waste that is going to go to a landfill. It goes straight to be treated or be buried, and that's through the development of our technology. In Cordoba, here what we do is that before this waste is buried, we sort mechanically everything that can be dry waste and wet waste. The wet waste is directly used for filling, and the dry residue is used for the cement industry in the case of co-processing. And we are assessing to use a fraction of dry materials, which are plastic, paper, cardboard. We try to recover it for recycling, and that's something that we are analyzing right now. Excellent. We'll go deeper on that when we talk to Julio as well. We're going to be talking with him a little bit more about this agreement that is coming. Thank you very, very much. Thank you for this talk, for this presentation, and every one of your talks. Everyone starts looking at new things and learning. Thank you very much, Caio. Let's continue. We have our guest here on the floor. We are going to discuss a little bit about sustainable destination, Destino Sustentable, the name of the company. And we start talking about things that all of us start learning, especially all of you that have the antennae on and receiving all of the information. Yeah, definitely, we get all of this information. So I mentioned that in the business round, we're going to probably be able to move forward with the colleagues that we have available. Let's move into the presentation, right? Let's go into Destino Sustentable, okay? Okay, first of all, thank you for inviting us. I'm honored to be here. Let me tell you a little bit about what is Destino Sustentable, our story. This is a company that is born in early 2012 to solve an environmental problem in one of our largest industrial parks in Argentina, the industrial park in Tierra del Fuego. It's a large center of industrial waste generation, both recyclable and non-recyclable. Mainly the main thing that happens is that due to the Industrial Promotion Law Act, there are many strong industries, electronics, plastic, and as you see, and many of the materials come from China to the Buenos Aires port, and they go down by truck to Rio Grande, where we assemble all of the electronics in Argentina. For every 10 countries that go down with products for assembly, we send one back to with assembled products. So we have all of the rest is industrial waste that needs to be recovered. So with a friend, we heard about this problem. We traveled to Tierra del Fuego with a group of young professional activists from Buenos Aires. We were working with a project with circular economy, with hydroponics, and we wanted to understand if we could help in Tierra del Fuego, and we were surprised because there was no company there managing the entire waste management process. So we defined a new process that we were implementing through time, started in 2012. We are well positioned right now. It's working really great. Has 5 pillars. First one is consulting. We provide the possibility to industry of understanding correctly which are the opportunities about the internal flow of waste and the external flow of waste. We trained the cleaning personnel to be able to select the waste that is potentially revaluable. We controlled we saw that the rate of landfilling was around 80%. That went down to 30%. So we have a very efficient management. And within our integral management, we have logistics. We use our own trucks and outsourced trucks for companies to use as external deposits for waste, so that they don't have to be collecting huge volumes of cardboard and plastic, so that they can use those spaces for production management. We manage and we process recyclable and non-recyclable waste. We try to make the non-recyclable the smallest amount possible. And for Tierra del Fuego, there is an ordinance that is very important, that you require a final disposal certificate. We extend that certificate for the entire industry. That's a guarantee of traceability. And once the waste is processed, we create raw materials like plastics with low density, high density, polypropylene, polyethylene, which are reinserted into this concept of the circular economy. We are more or less a primary actor in the circular economy. Our model is based in this concept, and here we can see 2 of our plants. Here you can see we've started growing slowly. We have 5,000 square meters distributed in 4 plants. One of them is for treatment of pallets. And due to this promotion law, the materials that we receive cannot leave again, so they are reconditioned and reinserted into the industry. We also have an agreement with the province. We do social work with people of low resources that receive this wood as logs, as firewood for heating, because Tierra del Fuego is really cold. And when we wonder what do we receive and what do we process, we receive cardboard, which is a plastic that is polystyrene, expanded polystyrene, that is a plastic that is recyclable. We're working with some other recyclable, non-recyclable with a particular oven, and we also work with scrap and with metal. We have high production and high efficiency machinery. Here we have some representative images. On the left side you have 700 kilo cardboard bales, which are classified into the different types of fibers. They are pressed together and they are sold again to make new cardboard and new paper. And the previous picture we saw plastic processing equipment, first with a metal detector, a mill, then a moderator and an extruder, which creates the famous plastic pellets, which is the product that any plastic producer uses as a raw material. We have excellent quality products which are substitutes for virgin raw materials. And we started growing through time, and we created through our work a measurable environmental impact, not just with saved water and not chopped trees and energy that we did not consume, but we also saved a lot of burying of industrial waste, especially in Tierra del Fuego. And we saved a lot of CO2 that was not emitted to the atmosphere. Yes, and that affects everything, the land, the air, everything. This is a benefit that we're going to see and notice in the long term when we have oxygen to breathe, right? I have to rush you, I'm sorry. I don't know if you would like to say anything else. Yes, I wanted to tell you a little bit about the good news, that we're finishing with the installation of our plant in the city of Cordoba. It's going to be 5,000 square meters, covered square meters, large investment, an expansion. We are planning on an expansion to twice or more if necessary. We are creating 100 new direct job positions and many more that were indirect. And the question, if you are asking why we chose Cordoba, so yeah, definitely because Tierra del Fuego was an opportunity, but Cordoba, why? Because we're working a lot with these import materials, or no, basically the reason why we chose Cordoba is the industrial DNA that Cordoba has in the city and in the province. We have car manufacturers, we have food manufacturers, we have agricultural industries in cities around the capital city, and the Cordoba city is located in a place where logistics is incredibly important in the business of recycling. And circular economy is a part that we cannot ignore, and Cordoba is located in a perfectly strategic position. Then the population growth of Cordoba. Cordoba is a city that is growing mostly to the creation of job positions, and especially we are aware of the new environmental politics that are being developed at the municipal and provincial levels, and this will allow us with our colleagues at Cormecor to work strongly and hard to be able to develop new strategies.
We have 3 plants in one. We will have one plant for solid industrial waste, and the other for urban solid waste and agricultural industry waste. The services that we are providing that are not available in the city yet are called consulting, collecting and transport of the materials, processing of recyclable waste, certificates of final disposal. And Toyota, maybe if they are listening, they know this is essential to be a supplier and to have a certification of ISO 14001 and to creating a matrix of environmental impact. And we can see how much of the CO2 we stopped emitting to the atmosphere, how much water we stopped consuming. And for urban and agricultural waste, we're going to do the purchase and reception of of waste that can be reused. And we'll also have partnerships with agricultural entities, knowing the work that they have been performing in an initiative called Clean Field. Then we will process all of the recyclable waste and to reinsert raw material recycled within the cycle. We are trying to really close the cycle of circular economy, and they have a weak link that is industrial processing of waste to convert them into raw material. We have their Destino Sustentable. So do you have a specific date for the opening? I'm sorry, I'm going to take out the mask. The plant is already there, the station. We are having the last batches of machineries, and in 60 days we will be open. 2 months, perfect. So thank you very much for your presentations. This was Destino Sustentable. We also have Julio Bañuelos, president of Cormecor. We were recently talking with Mariano Bojo as well from Geocycle as regards this news. I imagine that you are getting a lot of information from all of the panelists. For us, this has been an amazing experience. I'm going to tell all of you what Cormecor is. It's a company that operates in the treatment and final disposal of waste of the city of Córdoba and 24 municipalities of Big Córdoba, of the greatest part of Córdoba. This is what we operate, more than 2,000 tons of waste. We are the final link of we are using now linear economy, and we want to change that. We use all of this waste that we are trying to use and to change. It is shocking when we see and analyze all of those volumes and amounts. At Cormecor, we have the most important shareholder, that is the municipality. So the initiatives start from there. When the mayor Giorgiora established an axis for circular economy, we started thinking about this. What do we do with Piedras Blancas? And we started doing listings and to classify and sort our waste, knowing from their origin and which were the different components and elements that we had. And that was a tool. We used this as a tool to organize and to control all of the information, and that allowed us to start within the field how to have strategic partnerships with public and private sectors, to have more people collaborating in this project. As Mariano mentioned, we have a large amount of waste in the metropolitan area of Córdoba, and we started thinking what we could do, and there we had our first contact or experience to move forward with GeoCycle. There we had an experimental phase, then we had an expansion phase. But before we continue, I want to show you a short video of the plant. Processing plant. Yes, we could see how everything operates from the start to the end. Yes, we have 3 types of waste. The unused tires, and that is a big problem for us, for the burial sites. The industrial waste, the industry has waste, and they sort the waste and take it to Malagueño, and then we select some of the sectors of the city, the areas of the city, after all of these studies, and the trucks that come from these source points, and they go to the sorting phase. They take 3 types of waste: industrial, unused tires, and solid waste, urban waste. To close our experience with them, and this is very valuable for everyone to see something that for me was the most shocking part. Talking about the interaction with Cormecor, that is has a strong public component, and a multinational such as GeoCycle that is part of the group of Holcim. the level of trust, of commitment, and the willingness to work from all of the two parts, and after the experimental phase where we started working with this over 10,000 tons of waste. This has a great impact. The state has and private companies have a major role, and sometimes they cannot work together, and I always want to highlight that possibility of being able to work together. Sometimes in Argentina it's not possible, and we can see that here in Cordoba it is possible. Yes, we can see all of the effort and the partnerships of the private and public sector when they have a common goal, and the third sector being present as well. So thank you very much for your words. Now we go to the last one, the last presentation on this panel. And thank you for waiting here. We have him on Zoom, of Manuel Frávega from Tenaris Siderca. Welcome. Now we can listen to you. He's the regional manager of Tenaris Siderca. Specialist, you have the presentation. Let's go to it if you like. Thank you very much for the invitation, and thank you for the initiative to participate. It is an honor for me being here with you and to explain the initiatives and circular economy projects that we're developing at Tenaris. For those of us who do not know us, Tenaris is a company that produces tubes for the energy industry and steel tubes that are produced here in Argentina. And we work for 16 countries as well. I wanted to show you the expansion of the company, and also to tell you how it was established in Argentina in the 50s with Roca and the establishment of Siderca in Campana in the province of Buenos Aires, and then we expanded to the rest of the world. As regards circular economy, we want to say that in the productive industrial core of this industry of Tenaris, we were used to circularity because our inputs were scrap that was being used again. This is 100% recyclable. We were used to these circular concepts, and we use a lot of scrap to create new products and to create that seamless steel pipes that can be reused and recycled. And this is a permanence of the material that is highly recoverable with different processes. Something that I wanted to say is that we launched a new project from our organization. I wanted to reduce the CO2 emissions by 30%, and this is also related to circular economy, as I will say afterwards. And we have been receiving for 4 years an award by the World Steel Association, and we received another award by a different institution. I would like to highlight that within the initiatives to have this project and emitting CO2, we have to use the scrap, more scrap than a more amount of scrap possible for our products. Then we have at the core of our industry different projects we have been implementing that have been very important, and one of them is this, what you can see here, that are the snapping parts of the pipes. The ends of the pipes this is very important, with a value added that has underwent a lot of research, and we use these plastic protections that for these threads we could recycle those protections for the internal movement of these pipes in our industrial plant of over 50 hectares. So we have a lot of movement due to the different processes we have in our plant, and we could be very successful with this project for over 2 years. We could have a lower negative impact on the environment and a reduction on the costs. We also started with different projects, more specific and more intensive as regards recycling cardboard, for example, as you can see here, with Residuca Foundation, where we turn this waste. We not only recycle them, but we also provide funds for secondary education of vulnerable communities in partnership with this foundation. And we try to eliminate plastics and the reduction of PET plastic. And we foster recycling and add value to the process thanks to the synergy with these NGOs. We also started with a strong campaign in reducing plastic, and we placed these collectors for people to see the amount of plastic that we create or that we use. And in those containers, they can throw their bottles for us to recycle them later. We have created steel bottles for water, and this is an awareness campaign that was launched by us as well. We have connected different initiatives for having sustainable habits and to reuse the PET bottles. And we also have started with new trainings. Mainly I would like to mention the one that we launched on environmental awareness and housekeeping and environmental protection, that have helped us educate and raise awareness and to work with the different areas we want to improve within our industrial processes. And to finish with my presentation, a final project we have been working on for a lot of years. In Argentina, we have contributed with our steel pipes to reduce the death of the jaguar here in Argentina. And when the project finishes, we could reinsert that into the cycle of production. So we are very proud of this, of being able to work with this park and to protect the environment and species that are endangered. Yes, this is amazing, the work that you do, that go from education to the final works, and from what you can see from the exterior part, and the work that you have been doing is amazing. So thank you very much for participating and for telling about this.
Okay, that was Dr. Manuel Fravega closing this first part. We were talking about circular economy, about these companies, and we have great examples of large-scale industry and the treatment of waste in the large scale, and the public and the private partnerships that need to happen and work together, because this is going to be the only way in which we're going to achieve this and to change this paradigm of development in a linear way and in a circular way. Thank you very much for participating. Thank you, Santiago. Thank you, Mariano, Manuel, everyone, for being part of this panel. Thank you. Thank you very much for your work. See you next time. Within the framework of the World Circular Economy Summit, we are continuing with the circular experiences, and this is a framework agreement that we're going to have, where we're going to have different actors participating in a reciprocal collaboration. We're going to talk about Bio Córdoba, Cormecor, and one of the secretary offices of the government. And I will start introducing the people who's going to be part here. In the first place, the person representing Cormecor, Julio Alberto Bañuelos. Go ahead. He starts with the signature of this framework agreement of reciprocal cooperation with the Cormecor, the Secretary of Biosustainability, and representing Cormecor, the Secretary Jorge Foloni. Go ahead. And representing the municipal entity Bio Córdoba, the President, Mr. Enzo Cravero. And the vocal of Bio Córdoba, Soledad Lazaga. And the vocal of Bio Córdoba, Julio Tejeda. So they have signed, and we are witnesses of this reciprocal collaboration framework agreement. So congratulations to you all. And after this applause, we will continue with more circular experiences. And we continue. Here, this is a World Summit, so we have international representatives here. And now we're going to introduce them. This is a virtual panel, obviously. We're doing it through Zoom, but that doesn't make their interventions any less important, because we're not talking only about industries, but we're also talking about international organisms that are providing their support to this summit. Let's start by introducing the representatives of this region. We have the promoter of the Agenda 2030 in Coparmex, Mexico, Gabriel Saloma. Welcome to this summit. Thank you. And at your service. Thank you. We will be talking a little bit. He's going to show us his presentation. Then we are going to receive Vivian Garcia, an engineer from the Global Compact of the United Nations. She is from Colombia, as far as I understand. Welcome to Argentina and welcome to this summit. Thank you very much to everyone. Hello. And, well, hello to you all from Colombia. and she's representing an international organism, and we will be talking with her. And now we have in Zoom, in the low side of the screen, we have the economist William Ramirez. He is the CEO of Value Skies. Welcome to this chat, to this talk, to this panel, and welcome to this summit. Thank you very much. And let's start with Coparmex, our guest, Gabriel, who is a promoter of the 2030 agenda. When we talk about 2030, we talk about a very important year in terms of the circular economy, in terms of environmental agenda. And being a promoter of the Agenda 2030 has an important responsibility involved. Right, Gabriel? Let's talk a little bit about Coparmex and tell us a little bit about let's start with your presentation. Okay, this is, can you see the presentation? Excellent. Yes, it does have a lot of responsibility, it does involve a lot of responsibility, but it's a responsibility that we all need to assume. So my presentation was called Mexico Hours, World Hours. And why do we have Coparmex here? Why are we here? And this is very simple. Coparmex starts as a syndicate, patronal syndicate, to support government decisions. And it started in the prior century. And Coparmex has turned into just more than a counterpoint for the government. It has become an association with high participation in the democracy of our country, to favor the well-being of the people, and this is called governance. And in governance, we have many projects in Querétaro, where I live. We have projects and participation in education, in gender equality, and strengthening SMEs and clean energy. We're working in a metropolitan council, and now we're talking about the governance in circular economy. In the Mexican society, we still haven't reached a critical mass of experts in the government and in our representatives in Congress regarding circular economy. So that's why Coparmex plays a very important role here as promoter of the the SDG number 17, and we're continuously working with all kinds of organizations from all types of sectors in order to talk with governments and give this expert point of view to achieve an actual advancement. We're participating in the construction of legislation, and we provide our points of view, etc. So, and we're also doing a lot of work in the promotion of the fourth sector, because this fourth sector is going to be the one developing the companies that are going to provide solutions for social problems. So it's important that we know that this is the way that things are going to be done, and we don't need to wait until for the government to do everything. So we need to do our part. In Coparmex's Agenda 2030, we believe we are working for Mexico and for the world, and this is a commission that is a group of people that is divided in three main work groups, which is education, application, and governance. And among the different projects that we have, I'm going to talk about this mainly. This is the communication of the good stuff, because there's people doing great things for the environment. So I invite you to visit our Instagram channel, in which every 2 weeks we have a special issue, a special publication where you will see good practices for the environment. And we also know that having a quality certification or an environment certification to small businesses is difficult. So we are doing something called the Green Company certification, in which we can lead small businesses to contribute to sustainability showing them that a small change in mentality and in culture is going to be rewarded by if we do it in small businesses, because there are thousands, it's going to make a great change for the country. And it's also important that we are turning the entrepreneurial center into a green corporate center. It goes from the bottom to the top. So this is now we're doing this, having this conviction, and rescuing the idea and turning this, changing the culture over and over. And this is a virtuous cycle, and the specialists that we have interviewed help us give an example and replicating the model and creating a virtuous cycle. And we have highly trained people, intellectuals, the doctors, PhDs who are working on the knowledge part. And one of these examples is the company called Vida, who is changing the paradigm, and stop thinking about somebody's taking care of my trash, and starting to get people involved in these kinds of things. And what they want to do is try to get the people who want to improve the environment with the people who are looking for employment to achieve this changing paradigm. So when we work like this, we solve the employment problem and the waste problem. This company is doing a large effort in educating the society, in changing this paradigm. I ask you to visit their site. It's called Vida in YouTube, and they want to have a large percentage of the population here in Querétaro being served by 2030. And what they do is that they establish cells, and they already have 10 cells of 200 to 1,000 users that are working with this paradigm and with this type of application. We also have people who do engineering. Engineering does not work in sustainability, but because they work in manufacturing, they have started with a social service where they use their talent to foster sustainability. So they have decided to use this for wind power, for massive wind power, and because we know that this has a cost, because it requires taking down trees, and it has an impact. But they are working with a small scale in household water pumping, doing it like they do with an insect that takes just one drop of water. So that's the idea that they want to replicate, this philosophy, taking just what they need. And they are designing the devices with the smallest amount possible of raw material and the largest amount possible of recycled materials, in order to create the water treatment resources to provide clean water, in order for this to be supplied to all parts in the world, not just in parts that have in the red areas in the map, which have plenty of wind, but in the entire world. And this is we're looking at the numbers of what a small family needs every day, with different pressures, and this can be implemented in the entire world. And they're building this to take it to market. And then we have the case of industrial people who care, and here we have a company that is responsible for their waste to go into the circular economy. So we decided to do a 100% responsible company with a quality that we are going to be able to take advantage of all of the waste, and we're trying to move as close as we can to zero waste. So we're going to take this product to where it can be recovered, where it can be retrieved, and they are currently reusing 240 tons a year in what other companies call scrap or waste, and so they have zero waste. And there we have like a truck like that with 240 tons a year. Does this create an economic impact? Yes, of course. There is no industrial, no business person is going to do something that causes a negative impact. But they said, we are intelligent people, so we're going to turn this impact into a profit. So instead of losing up to 9% in their, they are saving 9% of their raw material expenses. So they are now winning instead of losing. But there are resistance even from the clients, so they need to train them. And they've been able to find solutions to do the markings for the circularity in their industry. And that's not the end. They are going through more challenges. They want to show that you actually can go into the circular economy even if you are in a large industry and when you can obtain a benefit. So they are working with this waste, let's call it, and they are creating eco bricks, as we call it here, for homes in areas with economic problems. So we need to consider that to making viable, the responsible thing is making a difference. The responsible can turn into viable. So this is my presentation of Mexico Hours, World Hours. I want to thank the Commission of the 2030 Agenda, Querétaro.
Thank you very much. We have been seeing a lot of sectors working in this area, in this change of paradigm, from a linear economy towards a circular economy. And this is a clear example. You call it a fourth sector that is helping make this possible. And this is a cultural change. You mentioned this, a change that goes the other way around sometimes, because it starts from the bottom, and this changes the way in which we can present these changes to the society. So thank you very much. Thank you for sharing. Okay, we were listening to the model that was presented by Mexico. Now we move to Colombia in this World Summit that is being represented here. And now we're going to talk with Vivian Garcia from the Global Compact of the United Nations. Vivian, welcome to this panel. It is a great honor being here with you today to talk about this Global Compact. Are you here with us, Viviana? Can you hear us? Hello, how are you? Can you hear me? Yes, and we can see your presentation as well. So we are all ears. Thank you very much for this invitation. The idea of this presentation is to show you that what we are doing from the Global Compact from Colombia. 1 minute, please. In a few seconds, we will listen to her presentation. This is the Global Compact from Colombia that Vivian will be introducing. Perfect, thank you. So, Global Compact in Colombia is an initiative of the United Nations that promotes in different sectors of the society and civil society, in public and private, the good practices that are framed in the areas of environment, work standards, human rights, and fight against corruption. From 2015, we started working and focusing on the SDGs. Global Compact is an initiative, and I want you to have this clear because it may be confusing with the rest of the programs that we know from the United Nations, such as the different initiatives. This initiative is very different because it's not specifically linked to them, and it has the presence of 130 countries and over 12,000 organizations from public sectors and civil societies. This is framed within topics that are related to environment, work standards, fight against corruption, and human rights. It starts in the 99, and from that moment on, the companies or entities interested in this were started being part of this for their activities to be aligned with the principles established by the Global Compact. Since last year, we have started working on sustainable fashion, analyzing throughout those times. We shouldn't talk about sustainable fashion, but talking about sustainability within fashion or within other industries as well. And we saw that need to be linked to different actors. This is worth mentioning. It is an initiative that was established together with the network of Global Compact on Argentina, and we established this platform. And after several meetings with national actors in Colombia, we have been working on certain ideas depending on the different needs that we're seeing in the area, in the industry, in the country, and one of them has to do with that transformation required by the industry, because it is a very important industry in the country. It is an industry representing almost 10% of the GDP, where we can see different stakeholders of different links of the chain. And since in the country it is established from the government, we have a national strategy of circular economy from 2018, it is necessary to implement it. So we need to start working on that area in the country, and we need to make it visible for the different stakeholders to see this information and these actions to be performed, to be a reference point for the country. Apart from this, the idea is that we need to create and transfer knowledge. We need to analyze all of the problems. We need to be inclusive. Sometimes the area is seen as the evil, but they have more sustainable approaches, and we need to listen to all of the voices of designers, of industries, of entrepreneurs, and the entire chain. And we have certain concerns because it is necessary to minimize the waste that we produce. Maybe the numbers of a Latin American country are not the same at a global level, but we agree on the fact that we need to reduce the amount of waste that we produce, and we need to create education to preserve the clothes that are on circulation for a more prolonged period. This is something that has been lost throughout the time, and if we preserve clothes, we can have different business models that are very interesting. It is also necessary to limit that excessive production of clothes, and that is something evident that was evidenced by the pandemic. Last year, no one purchased clothes. We were at our homes and we did not buy clothes. So we had overproduction, and it also creates some social consequences such as losing jobs. How many people last year lost their wages due to the COVID pandemic? Apart from this, at a global level, we saw a crisis because people were working, but a lot of companies were not paying to the employees. So these are some of the concerns that we should tackle. And this phrase that says that circularity is more than a big idea. It is a technology or a change in the business model. This is examining the system in which clothes are offered and the way in which we do that. To give you an idea, the clothes industry produces over 1,200 million of CO2 tons a year. There are companies and brands and designers that are looking to circular business models, and particularly the business model of second-hand clothes is the one that has been growing the most, together with rent and repair to mitigate the impacts directly affecting climate change. Circular economy is determined by information taken by documents from the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, and if we apply circular economy strategies, we can reduce the greenhouse gas emissions by 45%. It has social implications as well, and over 60 million workers of the value chain and 60% to 90% of workers are women. I wanted to say that since last year, when we started working with this platform, we started seeing or asking which were those topics that we needed to tackle, and we came up with the circular economy aspect as the most important one, and that is why we are here with you today. I'm going to stop sharing the screen to be able to talk in a more direct way. And based on this, we came up with an exercise, an interesting one, that we are performing right now, that is trying to see how much we know about circular economy. We launched a survey to brands and to companies that have to do with the clothes industry, from the manufacturing of clothes or cloth items, to ask them how much they knew about circular economy, or to establish some practices on circular economy. And the idea is to ask you if you know the concept of circular economy, because it is very important. Sometimes we know that there are a lot of people who have a lot of experience and have a lot of practices that they do not know are related to circular economy. Something related to repairs, for example, taking your clothes to be fixed because they have a flaw, for example. That is a circular economy activity. And maybe there will be some industries that are doing this and they do not know that they are framed within the circular economy aspect. In addition, a topic that is very important is asking whether they do activities of circular economy on their own or partnered with different stakeholders, because we also believe it is very important to collaborate and to work together. And one of the goals of this first exercise was to be able to have a radar, within the radar, the different stakeholders, because there will be someone interested in performing these practices, but sometimes they do not know who can complement that activity. And for example, if I have a second-hand clothes business that can provide me with those type of clothes, or if I have different industrial waste and I do not want it to take it to the landfill, if they know how to do the treatment for that waste or what they can do. So the idea of the survey was to see whether they knew about this, if they have practices or activities related to this, and which type of practices and actions that are very important in the circular economy, such as the collection, for example, of waste. Sometimes the general problem is in the collection of waste and who takes them to the site where they have to be incorporated back into the cycle or processed. So we hope that by the end of this year we will have a response and result, and I want them to help us to see how we're doing with circular economy, because regardless of the loopholes that we have or the lack of knowledge on certain areas, it is important to know these gaps to act on them. And this is something that Gabriel said through SDG number 17 on how to establish partnerships to achieve those targets that we have for 2030. I would like to end my presentation with some topics. First of all, the importance of the consumer. How we can start connecting the consumer. We are doing that with brands and with businesses of the textile industry, but it is very important to get closer to the consumer. Without them, we cannot produce actions. They are very important stakeholders in the chain, so we cannot leave them behind. And regardless of the fact that, well, I always say that recycling is the tip of the iceberg of circular economy, is the last thing that we do in this process. However, it is a very relevant activity in those industries, in those types of innovations, and companies that recycle clothes, because we can reduce the amount of waste. What are we doing with waste? So this is what we want to say. Vivian, that was a very good presentation. The truth is that some of the aspects you were going to be talking about was about education, and that the survey has some gaps, talks about all of these areas that we need to pay attention to. It is a very important work that has to be done. Your presentation was very clear, and it was very well explained in the example of the clothes industry, items that we use every day and we need every day. So thank you very much for your intervention. Thank you very much for your minutes. Here we had Vivi from Colombia, and you can continue now within the region. We're going to go with William, who was listening to the presentation. He is an economist, William Ramirez, CEO of Value Skies. William, hello again and welcome to this World Summit on Circular Economy.
Okay, well, good afternoon again. Thank you very much. We'll go straight into Value Skies. Let's go into the presentation. Yes, I will share my screen. 1 second. Do you have it there? Yes, we can see it perfectly. Okay, thank you very much and congratulations to this amazing initiative by the Mayor of Córdoba with his support, with the support of this company called Bio Córdoba, who was born very recently. It's a great example for Latin America to start really looking at this topic that is very important, that is circular economy, especially for a catastrophic issue that we have right now, that is climate change. And climate change is being caused by greenhouse gases. And 38% of those greenhouse gases are being produced by liquid fuel, fossil fuels. Then, of course, we have that premise has been proven, and it has been validated 1 week ago by the IPCC of the UN, and they concluded that it was the human activity, the one that was causing the increase in temperature, the increase in the average temperature of the planet. So what we can do, and we are completely focused on doing this, is substituting the fossil fuels for the same fuels but made with renewable carbon and hydrogen. And this is a problem for developed countries is that in 2019, according to the WHO, more than 9 million people died due to diseases caused by the bad quality of the air. The NOx, the sulfur, several issues that we have in the air, and due to the coronavirus pandemic, in over a year, we are reaching 3 million to 4 million of dead. Due to the bad quality of air, 9 million people die every year. And how can we solve the air quality? Basically by creating entirely liquid fuels. Entirely clean fuels. And we need to work on the low profitability of the agricultural sector. And it stopped being a good business. Argentina, who a few decades ago was the #1 world power in agriculture, and of course they still have a lot of power, a lot of importance, but we've lost basically the impetus to take that culture closer to the income. So we also have the possibility of producing synthetic oil, liquid fuel from the carbon biomass and the hydrogen biomass contained in plants. So if that's what we have through circular economy and bioeconomy, a low carbon bioeconomy as we call it, at least the one oriented to the energy sector. Other people call it the bioeconomy from renewable carbon, and that means all of the products, all of the types of manufacturing of everything that is being manufactured from oil, doing it from biomaterials or low carbon materials or with renewable carbon. That means not changing the course of the world economy, but we are also, because changing the course of the economy creates huge consequences. Look at the unemployment issues when we stop the economy, when we stop the consumption. We are surely going to reduce, we certainly reduced millions and millions of greenhouse gases, but we produced millions of unemployed people. So we need to find a balance on how do we reduce the environment, the greenhouse gases, without stopping the economy, because the economy causes growth. Growth creates employment, and what we need in the countries in Latin America is precisely income. So, and growth to be able to leave that poor country area and to have a development that it reaches that takes them to the global standard. So in the energy sector, we intend to change the paradigm of what was the linear economy, that it's wrong to have waste buried in landfills and which contaminate the water sources, producing methane gas. Methane gas is, according to the experts, can be up to 80 times more serious, more pernicious than the carbon dioxide. And what we want to do is to transform the waste, transforming what nobody wants anymore, what the economy that we cannot change from one day to another, is taken to the landfills and reusing this waste to extract the carbon and the hydrogen that they contain in order to produce synthetic hydrocarbons. We're talking about something that is extremely important, that the International Energy Agency of the United Nations has considered as the only way to be able to contain the temperature increase in under 1.5 degrees. What is modern energy? Modern energy is fuel made from recovered or renewable hydrogen and carbon. Because this is the same molecule but not from the fossil fuels, fossil oils, but rather from the carbon and hydrogen in the waste, in the trash. So this is an example of what we would have a circular economy. Might not be automatically round, but it's certainly a perfect circle, because what's the primary source of energy? It's none other than the sun. It's absolutely infinite. How do we capture that energy? Through photosynthesis. Photosynthesis precisely captures CO2 and generates oxygen and makes plants grow with that CO2 that's being captured, and that captures carbon. And with the water, natural water, the plants grow, and we generate three molecules: the cellulose, the demicellulose, and the lignine. Cellulose is the most abundant material in the earth, and it's what we have all around ourselves. With the food, with the vegetables, with the plants, we got organic matter in cities, in other places. And in this project that we are trying to move forward with the Cali municipality, we're building a plant that's going to transform over 3,500 daily tons of waste. So those forms human solid waste, just by taking them to a treatment plant. The only thing that we separate is glass and metal, precisely to return it to the economic cycle. And the rest of the waste, the textiles, the plastic, everything that contains carbon and hydrogen, is going to be transformed into synthetic fuel, in renewable diesel, in sustainable fuel, plain fuel, or in hydrogen. And that is going to generate a reduction in greenhouse gases, so that you can give an idea of what this change could create. A transformer of this project of 3.5 thousand tons creates a reduction of 160,000 tons of CO2 per year, which is equivalent to the effort of saving 30 million trees a year. So that's the effort equivalent to transforming 3,500 tons per year, just as for the reduction of the carbon emissions released as CO2 to the atmosphere due to the usage of fossil fuels with the same molecule, but we're doing it in a renewable way. So this is the opportunity, this is the message of circular economy, of low carbon circular economy, of economy that generates employment, because we can see, as you've seen, the agricultural waste as a raw material, not just in Argentina, but Chile, Colombia, Peru, etc., where we have millions of hectares that are planted, that create tons of waste that can be changed into fuels to substitute, literally substitute, the fossil fuels. 1 ton, 4 tons of solid waste, of solid urban waste contain, keep this in your head, each ton of waste that is being buried in a landfill contains the carbon of approximately every 4 tons contain 7 oil barrels. That's what the State Department in the US states, what we see in the infographic. This is what we are burying: 2 billion tons, according to the World Bank, are buried in the planet, and that's going to reach 3.5 billion tons by 2050. So if we have a global purpose of transforming all of the solid waste and leaving the landfills as the last resort when bioengineering cannot operate, then we would be producing approximately 400 million barrels of fuel daily, which is absolutely identical to the ones that we are using, but absolutely renewable, without considering the types of raw materials that we can get. And who are supporting these ideas, basically the ones that we see in the image. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you. It's excellent. It's a great way of reusing the fuel. We can see it in examples in the first part, and this is one of the clear examples, the really clear examples of the impact that is going to be generated. So thank you very much for participating, and thank you for being here, William. We are going to receive another guest that's going to join us here, right here. This is Luis Diosabat, the Director of Legal Affairs and Institutional Relationships of Libertad. And we introduce you together with we had a regional panel today with all of our presenters on Zoom.
Thank you very much for inviting me. Now we're going to talk about industry, production. We started talking about the public sector or the third sector, and when we go to a supermarket, for example, we say, how is it initiating? Why using circular economy? Well, as a retail company, such as Grupo Libertad, we have a commitment for a lot of years an environment to have an improvement in the environment. There are some topics that are relevant to our activities that are linked to the waste management and to the urban solid waste specifically. We created an agreement, and we wanted to be part of the solution and not of the problem. And in that search of using urban waste, we had a framework for circular economy in the management of waste in partnership with the suppliers. And what took you to that initiative? First of all, we wanted to optimize and provide a more useful use to waste. In this way, we created a traceability of our processes doing a pilot project of one supermarket of the community to be able to trace the optimal waste. From there, we had a benefit that was sending to the landfill a lower amount of waste than before. So we're minimizing the impact on the environment. And from the reuse of waste, we could generate and construct raw material that can be reused by some other suppliers for their own products or for other industries. You have a lot of there. Yes, you can integrate all of these activities, and I can imagine the amount of waste that you have in the retailers, in the supermarkets, for example. We have very large amounts. Yes, absolutely. Yes, we have been doing a lot of activities through Grupo Libertad, through a lot of collaborators working for us. We wanted to be a company minimizing the environmental impact, negative impact of waste on the environment, so collaborators started participating in these projects, and we're seeing very good results, not only from a company reducing the negative impact, but we also create less waste, and we can turn that waste into new product, and this creates a lot of benefits. Which benefits are you seeing in from the economic and social perspective? We started seeing some benefits that we did not see at the beginning. For example, the first benefit was economic one, because in the landfill we have the main operation in Córdoba, where we have one center, distribution center, and 4 supermarkets, and the impact that has sending less waste has a great economic advantage for us. And the most relevant part is that all of that waste and the reuse of that waste, the use of cardboard, street or certain urban waste, and of wet waste could be reused again in partnership with different companies for the reuse of that. We could create economic waste and to reuse them into different products. Does the group have a certain path on sustainability? Yes, we have been working on the sustainability for a long time. Grupo Libertad is part of the French company that is Grupo Francés Casino, that in Latin America has retail companies. Grupo Éxito in Colombia, for example, and in Brazil. And we want to have a sustainable practice in different areas. So now we have had the 7th sustainability report with different programs and processes, and we want to be a group that is sustainable not only from the structural part, the environmental part, but also from the social and economic part. We can have a project on sustainability and not giving up on the economic sustainability of the company. On the contrary, I believe that one company for the future, in order to be economically sustainable, has to be environmentally sustainable as well. Yes, you mentioned something that is very clear. We have a transportation of less waste, so there you can save up as well. Yes, and those were inefficiencies from our company, so we wanted to reorganize all of the production processes to be able to identify the raw material, to sort it, to segregate it, to see which of them could be reused, and we have had specific examples. With Basalisa, which is a company that creates tools for sustainability, we deliver them with the cloths and the canvases, and they use it to create toys. Or IRCA, a company reusing waste. We started assembling the collection areas within our working areas, our sites, so we could segregate the material, sort out the material in each of the supermarkets as processing of the waste that we had. That was a great example. And another experience that we had was about optimizing certain types of food that are discarded because they do not comply with the presentation formulations, or they are expired. We signed an agreement with Bio Córdoba of this municipality, in charge of the management of what was previously the zoo in Córdoba, and we provide those wet waste to feed the animals that were there, and that is how we can reuse waste. Less waste that goes to the landfills, less negative impact, and we make waste have an efficient use for the entire community. Well, a question related to the amount of paper with the different receipts and tickets and everything. Have you thought about a digital path for that? That is an excellent question. I believe that this pandemic has accelerated all of the digital transformation processes of the company. The lack of being there to make a purchase, for example, this has had great impact, and the pandemic has been a great opportunity to review the entire processes. What was previously authorized by certain paper can be digitalized or done electronically, and we achieve the same goal. Grupo Libertad is in a deep process of digital transformation. We were born as a retail company that operates in over 15 centers of the entire country, small retailers, and also shopping malls, for example, but we have made a lot of progress to have different e-commerce platforms. And we also had to review our processes so that digital transformation makes us really efficient to minimize the environmental impact with a lot of papers that we had in the past. Yes, we could see all of the examples of these two parts from the public and private sectors and from different areas. For example, as we can see, we talked about Grupo Libertad, but also international organizations and different entrepreneurs throughout the world in this World Summit. Thank you very much, Diego. No, thank you for calling me. I would also like to thank all of our panelists and the audience from different countries to this World Summit on Circular Economy. Thank you, Vivian, for your participation. Thank you for inviting me. I was very delighted to be presenting here. Gabriel, thank you very much as well for being here with us. Thank you for the invitation in the name of Copermex. Thank you for having us here. And Williams, thank you very much for being here with us. We cannot listen to him now. We saw him, but he's on mute. Here we can hear him. Thank you very much, William. Thank you for inviting me. Now we are closing this stage of circular industries and see how we can move from the public and private sectors, third, fourth sector, as Gabriel mentioned. This is a good initiative to take into account. I hope you have enjoyed this and you have learned as much as we did. In the framework of what we have been dealing with on circular economies, we now are going to focus on circular economy from a different perspective, and we will have the journalist Florencia Ripoll. Maybe we can analyze all of these topics with her. Thank you very much, Mili, and thank you. I would like to thank all of the entire audience and the panelists from Córdoba, Argentina, from different countries, sharing their experiences as regards circular economy. Now we're going to listen to a person that is expert on taxation, that will talk about the connection to tax and fees and circular economy, and how from those tools we can promote circular economy. For that, we are in line with Juan Manuel Álvarez Echagüe. He's a lawyer from Álvarez Echagüe and Associates. Can you hear us? Yes, I can listen to you. How are you? First of all, I would like to give you 10 minutes for you to share your views, what is essential about this. I imagine there is a lot to share, but you have the challenge to explain in 10 minutes what you have learned and what you consider as essential for these processes. Well, those of us who are who went through university, we know that we not always have a lot of time. I will try to keep it very simple and to organize some ideas. First of all, I would like to congratulate you for this Congress. I believe it is very important to have these types of events because we need to have in the agenda of Córdoba and Argentina a topic that the world has been developing for a lot of time. We have some organizations here that are aligned with the IMF, for example, the European Union, on the problematic of circular economy. We, from the tax law, have been talking about circular economy with a different perspective, but this idea of circular economy is involved in the process of protection and taking care of the economy we need to relate this to the environment, and circular economy is very significant because we need to value again the systems and to change the current systems that we have for the production. And we have some novelties. We, our children and the future generations, know more about the reuse, the repair, the renting or sharing, recycling, and reducing waste. So all of these materials or products that exist within the economy can last longer in the original form or maybe in a transformed form or modified one. But this idea of circular economy tends to reduce at a minimum of waste, and the most important, it leaves behind this idea that the older people had of using and throwing away. We use this for a specific period and then we throw everything away. And this is changing nowadays. This is changing because there are a lot of people and institutions developing circular economy, and now we have to take into account the possibility of having a change in the production model and in consumption, and that takes us to interaction, the synergy of governments and the private sector companies, and we, private part that are consumers or users. We all need to redirect ourselves and to rethink these schemes. Of course, this circular economy aspects aims at reducing the environmental impact that we know that are created from the use and extensive use of different products. We talked about the consequences of these processes on the environment, of the greenhouse gas emissions in Argentina, and fostering climate change. And this implies challenges. There are some economic activities that create a lot of jobs, but we need to be linked to this circular economy idea. We all share this, that we need to change these production models and consumption models as well. I wrote a lot for environmental aspects, and this idea of circular economy, it has revalued the concept of contributions and taxation. It needs to be part of circular economy. We need to use these contribution systems, and not only contributions but also the consequences that are established, for example, as tax benefits, to unlock certain pillars, certain products, to foster this reusing idea, and to stop with the linear economy. And this is very important because these two tools, taxing some activities or products that create more environmental impact and establishing beneficial tax benefits for companies minimizing environmental impact, are very important tools, and that exist in our contribution system within our country. It is stronger in some other countries. In Argentina, maybe not that much, but we need to take care of the environment, and there are some activities that are linked to the income, to obtaining income, but we need to rethink this idea of taking care of the environment connected to creating benefits or mechanisms to prevent this damaging of the environment. In Argentina, it is important, after the constitutional reform of '94, our constitution establishes three axes that are very important on environment. First of all, as regards natural resources, of the provinces. This is an important aspect. And second, Article 41 of the Constitution, there is a right to a healthy environment and good, suitable for human development. The Constitution has this protected by the establishment of a tool, giving a tool to the possible affected communities that is regulated under the 43 article of the National Constitution. So that recognition within our system is a constitutional one. It is very important to exercise our rights through the protection of the Constitution. And the circular economy is so important, as I mentioned before, that the OECD establishes some reports and has an annual program that is tax reform, published in September of last year, and it established mechanisms to overcome the pandemic, and we needed to take into consideration the environmental aspects and the reserves that we have, increasing different taxation and rent system rates. One of these tools was related to environmental taxation. And what happened when we talked about environmental taxation 12 years ago? We had certain terminology in a way that was agreed upon. The onset of circular economy, with the perspectives, with their ideas and deepening and disruptive nature of changing economic processes as we knew them so far, that has also changed the terminology on environmental management. And when we classify taxation or contributions, there are different types of contributions. One of them is taxation. But to do it in a more graphic way, when you say which type of products exist as related to environment, we can have three classes. One are the academic or pedagogical ones. These taxations, these contributions are related to the use of plastic packaging, for example, in the supermarkets, and some other supermarkets are prohibited, for example. And when they implemented these mechanisms, there was a tax for people or establishments that use those plastic bags, for example. Or we can also mention glass, for example. So apart from the revenues they could have, we needed to take into consideration the raising awareness in the community, the educational part on the environment. And these contributions and other mechanisms are essential when we want to raise awareness in the community as regards the consumption of the product. When you tax a good or a certain activity and you analyze, well, I have to buy this, they will think twice before acting in a certain way. A third column, or another category that we can see here, is that of taxation of that are applied and tend to preserve big areas linked to the cultural heritage, and those are the taxes on tourism or the use of those touristic goods.
And then we have the generation taxes. These generation taxes is the typical example of the generation of household garbage and household or industrial waste or pathological waste. And the thing about those tributes is that this diminishing of this waste generation. That's another way in which we can impact the circular economy. It attempts to reduce the generation. I mean, it intends to extend the life of those products, and this directly causes a reduction of the production. And then we have a set of instruments that, if they work with tax benefit policies, because this is something that in the tax in the tax area we call it a tax alliance, and so the state needs taxes to be able to have resources to enforce the law, but you can use the extra fiscal area, because having the possibility of having benefits, and those benefits could have a positive effect. This is a case for people who can buy hybrid vehicles, that in some provinces they do not have to pay the automotive tax of certain provinces. So the countries or the states incentivize the purchase of those vehicles which are more environmentally friendly. I remember that in 2018, 2019, I was in Madrid at a conference, and a friend of many years came to look for me for one day to go out to eat together, and then he was asking how much money do I need to go to get to the downtown Madrid? And downtown Madrid is only available for taxis or for hybrid vehicles. This was not a tax measure or action, but it was a way of incentivizing the purchase of for the transportation, for hybrid transportation. So we went to do this question. So we think that this is it's time. It's an important time. So this is why I want to highlight this activity here in the province of Córdoba. That because I am very happy to be. I'm thanking the university and all of the universities for being able to teach. And I think that the universities here in Córdoba are giving us the possibility of working towards circular economy by following a principle that is essential in the tax area, which is in the Constitution, which is that the person who contaminates needs to pay some retribution, to pay some compensation, so that to access the original payments, that part of the nature that already completed its purpose, then we need to use this idea, this circular economy idea, to use this who contaminates pays concept to provide fiscal benefits. That could be to provide incentivization for certain companies that make the transition easier to a new productive process. That is for a process that is more friendly with the environment, and that it allows us to keep this earth for many, many more years and not to exhaust its resources. So I am here for any questions that you want to ask, and I think that's all the time that I got. Yes, we've been very clear. We're trying to be agile because we have many experiences of people to listen to. You've been very clear. This last concept that you mentioned, that the person who contaminates has to pay. And conceptually, you have outlined the importance and the potential, the transforming potential of taxing and tax policy in circular economy. You mentioned the case of cars, but here's a question about that. Can you tell us any other practical, interesting case that has yielded good results that you can highlight in the country, maybe at a provincial or municipal level? Something that you might think is interesting? Listen, in Argentina, everything is more complex. In general terms, there are examples, very interesting examples in other countries of the world, where they don't have the complications that we have here. And the issue here is the lack of coordination in our federalism, especially in tax matters, that with a legislation that is absolutely abandoned, outdated, and we still stop paying attention to this. And this creates many conflicts when creating impact with taxation, because there are certain policies that the nation can impose on the provinces, but some that they cannot. So every time that we have a new tax, there is one case where there's already a break. And maybe you've seen the wind tax that we've seen in one city in the south of Argentina was very particular. In Argentina, we don't have a law that incentivizes the production of renewable energies, and this national law, the national law that incentivizes the resources, and it regulates the resources that belong to the provinces, but it establishes that to the people who invest in this area, the provinces cannot tax them with new taxes. So it's very important, because we had this city that taxed the companies that were doing these activities. That could lead to many debates. What it meant is that it de-incentivizes people who want to invest due to a lack of certainty in performing this, in doing this investment. The money that you need to invest for renewable energy is huge. You need very large investments. So you need to do a multi-million investment, a close cost-benefit relationship. Then you add 1, 2, 3 taxes, and then we break that relationship apart. We de-incentivize the production, and we de-incentivize the production of renewable energies. Argentina has a project of renewable energies of replacing to a 70% the energy matrix of Argentina for renewable energies. So in this way, it's going to be very difficult. And we've heard some states that want to do different types of tributes, of taxes. And some of these taxes have more of a collecting idea than a pedagogical idea. You know that the city and the province are working in the right direction, and in order to establish mechanisms, taxing mechanisms that have as a central idea the protection of the environment and the intention of achieving an actual circular economy. And the fact that we are talking right now in this summit of circular economy, I think that this is an impressive evidence of that. It was very enriching to listen to you, and we thank you for your contribution, and we invite everyone to keep connected and listening to expert positions on every topic. Thank you for your invitation.
Now we continue with new initiatives and different stakeholders and experiences of circular economy. When we talk about circular coffee, what do you talk about? This will be the next presentation we will have on this panel together with Sole Huespe. Thank you very much, Mili. Here we continue with this World Summit on Circular Economy. We are learning a lot. We are getting inspired and knowing experiences. And this will be no exception now, because we're going to talk with a business person with a disruptive method. He is Esteban Bancalari. Welcome. Hello, Soledad. Thank you very much for the introduction and the space. Co-founder of Quero and Café Circular, circular coffee. If we thought that cups could not be sustainable, could not come from circular economy, we were completely wrong, because for 9 years ago you co-founded with Olivia, with your partner Quero. Tell us a little bit more about this. Yes, cups can be reused, and the discardable ones can be replaced. What we did 9 years ago was to identify a problem that we had with cups, and 80% of waste come from these types of cups. The amount that is recycled is very low, and it creates a lot of problems, environmental problems. So we created a proposition to replace the disposable cups for reusable cups, focusing on certain events. We always say that the system is more important than the product. The product, such as this, for festivals, they're highly resistant. And we thought about a lot with the design, and we wanted to have an ecological perspective, that is a product that is affordable for everyone. You enter a festival and you have no alternative. You can only use a reusable cup, and you pay for a small fee to use for that cup, and then you can recover, and you can take this to the collection site, and you get your money back for that cup. So we could reduce steel and disposable cups that we had, and taking into account the impact that you have in events with a lot of people. Well, not now in the pandemic, but let's hope we can have festivals again. We have a video to introduce this, what you are saying, and to talk about more about Quero. We're going to see the video now, and then we continue with our chat. How does the Eco Cup system work? You deposit some money for your Eco Cup. You use it to drink, and then you can change it every time that you want for another one. You can replace your cups, and then you take the ecological cup, or you give it back, and you recover what you had paid for. In our 3 years of history, we could avoid the use of over 4 million disposable cups. 60 tons of plastic. That was impressive. I'm sorry for the interruption. But yes, that video is very nice, but it's very old. We continue to use it because it was beautiful. But it has 60 years, so the numbers have changed. And we could go up to 40 million tons. And this is equivalent to 130 Olympic swimming pools. So the metrics are not the same, but the system is the same. You can see the circularity of the system. The cups are sold, then are deposited back and reused. So we could create a change in the different festivals of the country that was very interesting. And you go a step back on the scale, because you do not produce the waste, what you do is not creating waste at all. Yes, this is crucial for us. We work in what we call as upstream of the circular economy. For us, recycling is a synonym of a design mistake. Our products are recyclable, but we want to avoid creating waste. This is more simple, this is more efficient, and it raises awareness in the community, because one thing is saying, okay, you can use it and then you can recycle it, or this is much better because we do not produce any type of waste. So this is our message. Whenever we can avoid recycling, that will be better because we do not create waste. Where is the plant located? In the province of Buenos Aires, in La Matanza. Our commercial offices are in the city of Buenos Aires. And apart from Quero, you are also working in a different project that is very linked to this one, related to circular coffee. A disruptive idea, but I want you to tell us a little bit more about this. Yes, we started 9 years ago focusing on festivals and in large events, and after the years we saw the same problem in every sector's offices, industrial plants, football clubs, universities. So we adapted our proposal for each of the client, regardless of the community. We could help them. With the passing of years, coffee was starting to be consumed more in the country in the last years. So we being located in the capital city, we saw the bins of the driveways, and we had a lot of cups. We saw a lot of cups there, so we started thinking about how can we move this from the festivals to the cities, to the neighborhoods, to the communities, to the provinces, to have the same concept of circularity that we applied in the events, to be able to apply that in the companies. And I believe we need to stop in 2 points. First of all, the cup that we use, disposable ones, created two problems. It is impossible to recycle because it has a mix of paper and plastic, and we cannot separate it, so we cannot recycle. So this is waste. We cannot recycle this. And the second problem is that with the passing of years, it has been turned into a product to stand out. When we're walking on the streets, we want to have this, and we want to do away with that perspective. We mapped some projects in Europe, recent projects, and we brought it here to have the first Latin American network. And Circular Coffee is a network of cups that you can return. When you enter a coffee house that is adhered to the network, you can ask for a cup such as this one, and when you give it back in the same coffee house or another coffee house from the network of the city or any other city, you can take back the money that you pay for that, and you avoid creating waste. Yes, this reminds me of an experience I read about in London. As polypaper, we had a very well-known company that changed the straws, the material of the straws. And it is very important what you say, because they could not be recycled or reused. Yes, it is very important to talk about this, because I did not know this for a lot of time, for example. And sometimes when they think that polypaper, they think that it is environmentally friendly, and it is the other way around. They have the lids that are plastic, and these are very dangerous waste. In Argentina, we use 70 million cups per year, 2 cups a second. We have a video to catch up with this topic, and then we continue with our chat. Let's see the video, please. Circular Coffee, the first network of circular coffee in Latin America. You can request your cup. You pay for a small fee, you drink your coffee, and you do not create any waste. And with a conscious, with a quiet mind, because you have not created waste. You can return the cup at any station, and you can take the money that you paid for that cup. Yes, I like that idea of taking takeaway to take again. It is very good, that wordplay, that is very significant for us. How many circular coffee shops do we have in the country, Esteban? In the city, it has only 10 months. We want to launch this in March of 2020. We stopped due to the pandemic. Today we have 122 coffee houses in the entire country. We had a large response, higher than the one that we had estimated. 120 coffee shops in 12 countries and 26 cities. The city of Córdoba is one of the ones that has the most coffee shops of the network. Then we have in Buenos Aires, Mar del Plata, Bariloche as well. So we are very happy with the potential the project has. And it goes under this brand, Circular Coffee, or is it associated with a different brand? This is a good question. We are convinced, and we are not in any big chain so far. We need to break with that idea of having the brand always, because we stop with the concept of network. Sometimes the coffee houses did not understand that, because, okay, can I place my logo here? No, because if I show you here, then the person cannot go back and return that to a different coffee shop. We are working with small chains of 5 stores, for example, that understand. We need this to be scalable. We have to be able to have a product that can be returned and reused again. I do not think we are going to be including the brands there. So you purchase for a cup of coffee and you pay for that cup for only one time. Yes, you give like a deposit for that cup, and if you give back the cup, you can recover the money that you had deposited. You can scan the QR code that you have here that takes you to the map where you can return it. You can do a zoom in and see the coffee shops that are closer to you to give it back. So that is why it is called circular coffee. Some of the coffee shops do not know the others, but they are united in this goal of having circular economy and circular coffee. I can use one cup here and then return it to a different point of the network, and these are produced in the same station of La Matanza, right? Yes, they are national industry, manufactured with virgin plastic. We insist on the fact that the problem is not the plastic, but how we are using that plastic. It does not degrade. Our cups are designed to be used hundreds and hundreds of times. Okay, let's go back in history. Can you tell me what inspired you, or what motivated you to start working on keto and circular coffee that is a bit younger? What took you to start working on circular economy in keto? I believe it was taking a look at the reality. We saw a problem with my partner, and sometimes it happens that when you see something, you want to change it. We started doing research, and we did not invent anything. We brought this idea, keto. There are companies doing the same thing in Europe for over 20 years. So we are seeing that we have a very important problem. No one is talking about this. We have the option of solving it, and apart from that, we can do some business out of it. So that is very important. In all of the circular economy aspects, the economic part is very important as well as the environmental aspects. because a project that does not yield anything is doomed to fail. So we identified that problem, we started working. 9 years ago it was very difficult to communicate this. We were lucky enough to have festivals, big festivals, to be okay with this idea and to trust us, and we realized about this. We started without being fully aware of the fact that we were doing circular economy with our proposal. The term existed, but we did not know we were doing that, and we are learning a lot about that. We corrected a lot of mistakes that we made at the beginning, and this is how we came up with Café Circular, or circular coffee, because we observed a problem and we saw that the garbage bin from one day to the other started having a lot of these paper cups, and we wanted to solve that problem. And today, 10 years after, it is a way of life, a lifestyle that we have. We are convinced that we can have profitable companies with a positive impact for the environment and also for a positive message to the society with social impact, and circular economy is the way to go in the future. And I believe these types of projects of Cordoba are amazing because you make the problem visible, and we can work together in collaboration and to start looking at all of these initiatives. We have a lot of projects in the future. Okay, you will tell me a little bit more about that. Now let's go a little bit to the answer. You said that you realized that there was a problem that was not seen. Which are the main challenges that you see here, not only in the production part, but from the consumption?
Okay. I think that the challenge is basically more about the individual responsibility of each person. We cared a lot about that. But I think that we need to look at this from a company point of view, from the state point of view, because we can be aware, we can learn, and I think that the change is going to take longer if we are not working together. We have a community of followers, and maybe more in Argentina, in Latin America, and our critical mass is going to be very large. So, but the impact that we may have, it works, but it's not enough because we are just working on this. But if we're individuals, but when a company makes a decision, moves to a circular model, it creates a lot of impact, and it's even huge. It's even bigger when the state gets involved in this. So we decided to go into this Congress precisely. We are very happy about this, and we are happy to continue talking about this. We went to the Congress of Argentina twice to change the law of single-use plastic, and we went to other areas at the municipal level to avoid using single-use plastics. And imagine the influence that we could have if a city passes a law that forbids the use of paper cups, of straws, and imagine the catalytic effect that it could have on companies. And for example, if a company changes their business model, so they're all parts of the same system. They're all different gears of the same system. They have ways of generating changes faster than others. So you know that you say that there are still more and more projects. So I wanted to tell us a little bit what's next for you. I'm not going to go very deep into detail, but since we saw the problem with the coffee, we have a great problem with delivery. That's nothing new. I think that anyone who is interested in this topic, when they call and ask for delivery, food delivery, they start suffering because you get either the plastic tray or the degradable plastic tray, which is still an issue because where do you put it? And we're working to create a proposal in that sense. We need to think about it very well. This is very complex, but we're working on it. And our idea in the future is, in the near future, is to stop focusing on products, but more on systems. So we want to have some sort of an engine of solutions of circular economy, like an incubator, and for example, trying to find a solution for takeaway, for delivery, and we believe that there's infinite possibilities there, and I believe that all of the companies that are working in this area, we are at the ideal time to do this, because sustainable businesses have no other possibility than to keep growing. So there's a lot of work to do. So go ahead with this incubator of circular economy. Esteban Bancalari, co-founder of Quero Café Circular, Circular Coffee. Thank you for joining this World Circular Economy Summit. Thank you for inviting me here. We continue moving forward towards new experiences in this circular economy. Here we are at the Circular Experiences panel, and I'm more than interested in what we're going to talk about with an international guest, Andrea Maria Mejia Fajardo, who is a partner at Circulatam. Yes, I'm very pleased to be with you and to talk about this topic that is so interesting. Okay, do you want to share a video so that we can see a little bit about the topic? Hello, my name is Andrea Mejia. I'm from Colombia. I studied fashion design in Germany. Then I worked in several companies in the textile area in Colombia, in different areas of the industry, where I learned a lot, but I always wanted to go back to college. Therefore, I decided to study journalism and social communication in Medellin. I've tried as much as I could to focus my work in the topic of fashion. Here it was in 2015 when I saw the True Cost documentary, and it changed the way I looked at the fashion industry. An industry that is contaminating with a strong social and environmental impact throughout the supply chain. And from then on, I started studying and investigating more about the subject. I studied a master's in political science in Universidad de los Andes in Bogotá, where, as I could, I tried to focus most of my work in environmental and sustainable. And I graduated in Colombia in sustainable practices, and then I got to know the term of the circular economy, and I was marveled by the inspiration that we've taken from the nature and what we can achieve through this new model of production, of the economy, of the markets. And then by trying to go back to my career in journalism, is that I published 7 journalistic articles in Semana magazine in Colombia, and I haven't stopped writing since. In June 2020, when I started with all of this, that was the moment, and I started publishing in other media in Colombia, like El Espectador and La Silla Vacía. With a great friend, Jose Zapata, we are planning to launch before the end of 2021 the brand 7191. It's a brand inspired on circular, temporal, sustainable ideas, where we want to apply all of these knowledge that we are acquiring along the way. How are we starting? We're starting to offer unisex garments made with organic cotton, 100% certified from Peru, and which are dyed with natural pigments from flowers, fruits, plants, and vegetables in order to reduce the consumption of chemical products. We also want to teach our clients how to use the 4 R's taught to us by the Ellen MacArthur Foundation. Reduce, we need to learn to reduce the consumption. Repair, many times we throw away garments that are easy to repair and things that we can do even ourselves. Reuse, sometimes we shorten the life of a garment, but we can extend it to a second, third, fourth use so that they can be recycled at the end, and an old cloth, an old garment can turn into the raw materials for a new garment. In 2021, several people focused on the circular economy in Circulatam, and we started talking about this topic in Clubhouse. And we created a room that was focused on fashion, and we talked about sustainable development and circular economy targeted to fashion. So we talked with people in order to change their purchasing habits, and with designers and business people who want to transition to the circular economy. We also do conferences, talks to universities, to unions, to companies, and we also offer advisory sessions to change their way of production from a linear economy to a circular economy. That's more than interesting, and Andrea, I will start our conversation by asking you the fundamental question when thinking about of circularity in fashion. It's the second or third industry that produces the most contamination in the world. When do you think that we started realizing that? Because when you buy a garment, you don't think about what you have contaminated or what you're going to contaminate. So when do you think that we started looking at this topic differently? I think that a large point of inflection in the social area, not so much in the environmental area, was in 2013 with the collapse of the Rana Plaza structure, where there were several textile workshops, and 1,200 people died around. And so people were taking a look at how we were working in this sector, but the environmental impact was not so clear. So I think that environmental impact was reinforced as opening to the world in 2015 in the True Cost documentary, where we have several activists and scientists that were telling us the damage that we were causing with cotton crops, with the heavy use of pesticides, and this is in very arid places, consuming water, drinking water, that is necessary for the communities. We also started taking a look at rivers in China that were starting to take on colors because of the pollution. There was a river that I don't remember the name, because but the people were saying that the color of the river is the color of next season, because all of the textile companies were throwing away the color and chemicals into the rivers, so the rivers were changing into different colors. So I think that this has been a little bit between 2013 to 2015 that the world started to gain an awareness, and there have appeared many organizations, many social, many environmental, to talk about this topic and realize which are the problems that are in the fashion industry, not just in the way that we produce it, we manufacture it, and the way that we consume the fashion. And which was the end, the aspect that made you get in to this sustainability? But we know that the threefold impact includes people, so there are different factors. Which one was the one that brought you in? The social, the environmental, the lucrative aspect? I think that it's both the social and the environmental. I think that when I started with the Masters in Political Science, I had the chance of doing one of my different works that I had to submit We're talking about gender violence in the Asian textile factories. The Asian cultures are extremely patriarchal, and women are not seen as equal, but they are treated kind of like second-class citizens. I don't think that everyone thinks like that, but it's just a culture in general. So I don't know if I could lean more into social or the environmental part, but I think that the environmental part is much more present everywhere, especially because of the IPCC document of the related to the environmental crisis that we see it with the fires in Europe, people dying due to heat stroke and temperatures that were never before seen in different parts of the world. And the environmental side has more presence right now, but the social part is just as important because the people are the ones behind the sewing machines, and they are suffering directly the scarcity of water due to the cultivation of cotton because of the chemicals. So I think that it's difficult, but the economical part is also important because if we're in the end we're talking about private companies. If they don't have income or revenue, they would not be viable to continue existing through time. But I think that today we cannot focus just on the profit, but we also need to consider the social part and the environmental part in fashion, in factories, in brands, in companies. It needs to be just as or even more important than the economic part to be able to overcome the crisis that we're living in. This is a very wide look at all this, but how does one be conscious and coherent and consistent with this in the everyday life? You cannot say, oh no, I'm not buying anything else, but actually how can you cooperate, can you work with circular fashion? Let me tell you from my personal experience. This has been quite a road. I think that I've been always been a person that said we need to save water. We need to see from my own self. I've always tried to move towards sustainable issues, and if you're going to talk about an issue, you should also practice it. So then I personally said what I thought that for the last few years. Instead of doing, I stopped doing shopping in fast fashion because it's not what I want. It has serious environmental and social. And then I said no more. I'm going to stop there because they have several issues. I went to shopping more responsibly. Instead, before buying something, I think, do I need it? How many times am I going to wear it? If I'm not going to wear it more than 2, 3, 4 times, I say, no, I don't need this. So if I see that this is a garment that it was love at first sight, or that I'm going to use it for 5 years, then yeah, I'll buy it because I love fashion. I'm laughing because that's something that happens to me a lot, to us a lot, and this dialogue that we're having is actually breaks with this emotional shopping idea. You buy when you buy in the spur of the moment because then you start to think, do I need it? Has that worked for you? That you may have that you bought another times and now you didn't?
Yes, of course. A lot of times before we had this and we need to change the mentality, our mindsets. We went to fast fashion and I said $10. Okay, let's buy this. And at the end of the day, you came to your home with a lot of garments and you did not use them, not even once. So these are not pieces of clothes that I really liked, I really want them, or they have a history, they are handmade, or in a sustainable manner. So now I really see the different elements of the garments, and we have not found a replacement for polyester. So this is something that we need to consider. What do I do here? I need sport garment because I have no other option. So what do I do there? We can find clothes that are made of polyester, but maybe from recyclable PET. But I try to look for 100% cotton clothes that I know that they can be recycled at the end. They are a good quality garment, and I will be able to donate it. And this about donation, for example, this shirt that I'm having belonged to my grandmother and was donated to you. Yes, exactly, was donated to me. It has a special component because my grandmother died a few years ago, but it's in a perfect shape, this shirt, and I use it with jeans and with sneakers, for example. So we need to change the ideas and the concepts, and clothes have a different meaning, start having a different meaning for you. My shirt was donated by my sister, so we are truly aligned in this. As regards numbers, is there a baseline or something that says that circular economy will be better for the consumer? In the fashion aspects, we have some examples of certain brands that are starting to get into this circular economy part of reducing the carbon emissions that have different results. Some brands have prevented 20,000 jeans have been discarded or incinerated, but so far, at least to my knowledge, maybe this is something new, but I have not seen it so far, that they can say globally we have this specific number, for example, and sometimes there are a lot of differences in how we measure things. We do not have, at least in the fashion area, a global measurement, so that we can say we're going to measure the greenhouse gases in this form or not. These measurements are voluntary, and we are seeing that we need international regulations to make this a standard and to be able to have I hope in the near future, a calculation where we can truly see this is what you can gain if you go to the circular economy or if you go to the linear economy again. Or, okay, what would you say to the hearts and minds of people? This purchasing part is very emotional. What could you say to people who would like to get closer to the circular fashion? Which would be your ideal? What would you like us to start doing? Because all of us use clothes and tennis. This includes every one of us. I believe that there is like an urban myth that says that sustainable fashion is not very modern or not chic enough, so I'd rather go with the other fashion because and that is not correct. Style and fashion are personal of each person. They depend on each individual, how we combine things. You can see sustainable fashion topics that are very beautiful garments that you can use, and if you know how to combine them, that is great. You can add it and make it more personal, and you will be better dressed and more modern than being a fashionist that is always buying new clothes. That style is more of a personal approach, so we have to give an opportunity to this type of consumption and to see the sustainable fashion in a very different way in comparison with the past. Last two questions. One related about the Peruvian cotton, that is something that really lasts. You will have it for a longer time, but the process of the fashion, it has happened in the past at least, of whitening that cotton, and that creates a lot of contamination. you as a communicator, how would you explain to the person that is purchasing something that is sustainable that it will not have the same color, it will not have the same treatment for the fabric, but it is good enough as well? Each garment is unique. That part of the colors makes each garment be different from the other. We have the Eco White. It is a whitening that is ecological, and it is dyed. We can also dye it with different pigments, natural pigments such as fruits, for example, as we mentioned in the video, and that makes no garment be exactly the same as the other in the dyeing process. So any stain, any color, stronger color of the shirt will make each garment be particular, not mass-produced. So it is as having a unique garment, and that makes it even more special. And the last question is related to, will be divided into two. I will make this a little bit more complicated to you. If we had to separate arbitrarily from women to men, are women more conscious or more aware of this, or are men more aware of this fact? The question was complicated. Yes, it was complicated. At a very personal, from a personal perspective, because scientifically I do not have the grounds to answer this, but I believe there is a great difference, and it is that as women, we purchase due to instinct and emotion, and men do it by necessity. So if we take a look at this, men are more sustainable in that way and more responsible when they are doing the shopping. But we as women are starting to create different habits and behaviors due to all of these conversations that we have been having as regards sustainable. Yes, you were very diplomatic with your answer. Thank you very much for teaching us a lot about fashion, and for that seed of starting to ask ourselves, do I really need this? Is it sustainable? Is it good for the environment? Thank you very much, Andrea. It was a pleasure. Thank you very much for inviting me. Andrea Mejia Fajardo of Circulatam. Now we continue with more circular experiences. Now we continue with new protagonists in circular economy in this World Economy on Circular Economy. We're having international guests, engineer Ana Araujo. She is partner of Telkes Energy and Bombraue, and she's here with us. How are you today, Ana? Hello, everyone. Thank you. Welcome to this talk. We're going to see a video first. From the circular vision, an economy based on redesigning, remanufacturing, repairing, redistributing, reducing and recovering energy, sustainable projects, we are more. We are not alone. Together with Eco Renace. Renewable energies, regenerative agriculture, ecological construction, circular education. The action of today is the well-being of tomorrow. with the scrap parts of cars and metallic waste and more. Hybrid turbines, hydraulic turbines, solar turbines. Ecuador and Venezuela. Project called La Bendición, the blessing in Ecuador. Organic pesticide called El Cigarrín in Mexico. You do a lot of things in Telque's energy. Yes, thank you. We want to know a little bit more about your inspiration, how everything started, where are you going. We want to know everything about Telque's. We are all ears to know about you. Well, as any company or institution starts, we have a story to tell, and I will take the opportunity to share my screen for you to know more about Telque's. Can you see my screen now? Yes. We focus our projects from the circular perspective, so we're going to know a little bit more about our history. We have a great story to tell, from the industry to ours, a green change. 7 years to 10 years I had experience in the oil and cement industries, both in Venezuela. I was born in Venezuela, and I have been in Ecuador for 5 years, and I could see the impact the industry has had on the environment, on the society, on the economy, and how economies move in all of these industrial processes, and how we shorten the lifespan of the earth. A dream and opportunity. Everything started. I had a disease that was very severe, and once I woke up on the hills of Venezuela, I saw the green trees and the purity of water and the air, and I wake up and I'm living in a different world. I'm living a different life, and I'm in an industry, and everything I am doing has an impact on the environment. What would be my footprint if I leave? What will be the legacy I will give to the next generations? So there I saw a dream and an opportunity to change, not only from my work, but also from the environmental perspective, with my family, reusing the clothes, reducing the consumption of water, using sustainable methods, and do it daily. You cannot apply the change if you do not start by yourself. So we had some fears. I am not here from Ecuador. How can I start something that is truly new? How do I fight against catastrophic problems that we're having? But I was well received. I met a lot of interesting people with the same vision, with the same willingness, with the same passion. So we started with a dream and turning that into a reality. Being the Ecuador borders opened to all of Latin America, and sawing some projects from different countries, and we continued in Venezuela regardless of the economic difficulties. And from what is great to what I could do, we focus on that. What can I change daily to have a different and more efficient impact and sustainable for the environment and the society? So we had the idea of Telque Synergy, and Telque Synergy is our threefold impact company. We met with certain engineers on the mechanical and electrical aspects, and there we started. Our vision and more of our goals, they are related to renewable energy projects. From the sustainability aspect, we have designed and engineered that are sustainable and ecological. Well, the consulting, sustainable construction, different prototypes of hybrid turbines, eco-blocks for the construction of walls and houses, and we have partnerships that have empowered us and gave us the strength to constitute a network in Latin America. So, complying with the 17th goal of the SDGs, and to see the actions towards improving our planet. Our objectives were based on this, and since the beginning it has been a very solid work, and we are starting as compared to what we want to achieve. We are in the initial stages. We're going to talk about the pillars of our projects, what we are focusing on. We always try to work with the reuse of energy resources. The part of design has to comply with different studies that we have made, and this is also related to creating some generators for electricity, application of renewable energies with recycled material. This, I think, my academic training against climate change and renewable energies, research, and from all of that we could create a project on renewable energies and to reuse materials, both metallic from the car part industries. We also have construction with waste for houses and touristic houses, agricultural sections, and we wanted to take this project to the cities as well, and all of the gardening and construction of roads based on eco-blocks, eco-bricks, for example. We need to have a previous education and research about this, and we need to know what we can improve to be more efficient. So we continued talking about these projects that have empowered us. We have hybrid turbines. Why hybrid? Because we also innovate in the renewable energy and photovoltaic energy in solar panels and wind mills. We produce microturbines with low water to produce energy and to give it to houses that are nearby and that have no access to electricity or to the grid. We use recycled materials, and we can find different cards that have been discarded. We work with those materials and we adapt them. We also use metallic waste from the industries and try to reuse them and to transform them to work, and of course the lifespan to be longer. As regards the design and engineer with applied simulation, this is one of the most important parts. We do all of the feasibility tests. They depend on the environment and the natural resources that we have, depending on the country or on the region. So we can apply different projects if we do a feasibility project before. And construction of prototypes and quality tests for applications. We always have a construction process of the prototypes. We do a lot of tests to prepare the brass, the paints, for example. And we have all of the application of renewable energies for domestic consumption and pumping water in farming stations. We use recycled materials, and we build small houses for animals, for example, or fences in the farms. Action plan and energy recovery. This is essential and we have to we go to these activities within the field. We have some other projects with the shrimp pools to improve production and the farms, and we are also applying renewable energy to apply different prototypes that show that we currently have situations that are really damaging the ocean, the land, because the production of shrimps produces ammonia, and ammonia is then distributed and taken out of the pools to be use a different water. So now we have organic materials to come. I'm sorry for the interruption. We have very few minutes and I have a lot of questions. Let's go with the first one. Okay, sustainable management is your area of expertise. Which is the most difficult area to turn it into a sustainable or a framework within circular economy? There are two areas that I'm saying, the agricultural part and the industrial part. These are the most complicated parts of the market. 21% of contamination of the greenhouse gases and climate change is due to the creation of electricity. So we are trying to enter the agricultural areas outside the urban population, and they do not have access to electricity. For example, they create energy through diesel. So we want to make people invest on the creation of energy depending on the different region. And this is what we have been working on. And the explanation or the excuse, is it economic or lack of information, for example? A mix of everything. In the industrial area, we have a lot of problems. There are some political interests in the construction areas. Sometimes we have a lot of limitations to enter the construction parts of the state, so they have economic problems. They consume a lot, not only in the industrial areas, but for example, they use a lot of energy. You are very young, you are part of the new generation that will change everything. And the last question, are you optimistic? Do you think that you will be able to see the green areas again in Venezuela? Do you think that can come back? Of course, of course. I believe that we can have that again. I always say that if the change does not start with you, we will not have any change. All of us have to change as individuals, from the education, from universities, so we need that push. And with this network that we're showing has been the result of work with young people of the entire Latin America and with institutions, Costa Rica, Mexico, and we are going to be deeper into the real application of the different projects that we have. Thank you very much for your time. We will continue talking with you maybe in some other moments. We invite you to continue, and we invite everyone to go to Telques Energy, and thank you very much, Ana Araujo, for your job. Thank you, a pleasure. We continue with a lot more of circular economies.
We're moving forward on this idea of taking back to our places, to our homes, the different experiences in the circular economy and the ecological thinking. So this is why I am with the mayor of La Para, Martín Guzmán. Thank you, Mili, for the invitation and for letting us participate. You're wondering why we are with the mayor of a city that is located. Where is it? It's located in the department of Rio Primero, the northeast of the province of Córdoba, in the Ancenusa area. That's going to be a national park. It's going to be the largest national park in Argentina, the National Park Ancenusa, which is located. There is a lagoon there that is unique in the world due to its characteristics. And what happens in La Para that is unique, that is related to this type of thinking? Okay, in this country, in this this town, 70% of the garbage collection is sorted, and I've been mayor for a while, and there had already been an effort of sorting, and this was continuing work and furthering it, so as for sorting, household sorting, and circular economy. We have been receiving very interesting proposals. Yes, we have some images of household sorting for people who don't know that much about this and want to go deeper into this. How did you start, and how do you achieve this conscience? Because what you did not sort in the household, it's very difficult to do it afterwards. That's right. There's a lot of participation through schools in the educational level. In 2011, there was a previous work, so we measured which was the percentage of people that were sorting, and we had 45% of homes doing the sorting, and we tried to work to improve our recycling plant. We transformed it into an educational place to visit, and we started doing what we call now the National Festival of Recycling. And now, the following year, we were over 70%. So what we do is that the town is split into north and south, and we collect at night, twice a week, the mixed and the wet fraction, and once a week the recyclable. So the mixed fraction is everything that is not recycled. The wet part is taken to composting. We have 24 composting pools. We create a fertile land that can be planted, and then we have orchards. Then there are some, we obtain vegetables from that orchard. That's what we do with the wet part, the part that is decomposable. So people have a bin where they put the eggshells, the fruit residue. So we are working now with the national and the provincial government so that everything that we cannot recycle is disposed of in a way that is according to our days. We have an open air landfill, unfortunately, but the recyclable part, people take it out in boxes, and depending on the materials, we do different things. We were selling plastic, now we are making bricks. We crush the glass and do floors with a company called Blancino, and cardboard and paper and aluminum, and each of the different types of waste are sold. And how do you manage for people to do this sorting, and that they don't make mistakes? Because there's a search for awareness, but we need to know which recyclable materials should I sort, where, when. Is the festival useful for providing information? Do you give out leaflets? Yes, the 1,400 homes, we visit all of them. The birthday of the town, the 31st of October, and we went and left a leaflet because sometimes the collection times are changed. So we delivered a small plant, some sort of a cactus, fertile land, and a leaflet with regarding the sorting, and a supermarket bag, a reusable bag. We have a law that indicates that we should not use plastic bags. So, and due to the number of inhabitants, 1,400 homes, again, allows us to go home to home, and the children have the work of teaching the elders. Usually the elders tend to teach the children, but in the environmental part, the children are the ones who are teaching us. So we have increased 70%, and we have a lot of work on the environmental area. We know that the businesses, the meat shops, when we go there, if they're not doing correct sorting, we talk to them. And out of the 1,400 homes, we have 87 that receive a discount of 10 to 15% in water and property taxes, and that the garbage collectors check this the sorting, and they know perfectly how does the mayor and the meat market and everyone, how does everyone sort. And of course I am a fanatic of doing this. And you were saying that the children were teaching the adults, and you mentioned that there's going to be part of the curriculum that's going to be on circular economy, on recycling. Yes, I told you about the educational visits. We also have other places where you can see the festival. You can see, thanks to the glass, you can see the different artists, and that created a lot of awareness. There was a strong wind in a different in another town, that there was strong wind that broke a lot of windows, and the people from La Para went to pick up the glass, and then they were selling the glass, taking it to the recycling. And it's important to know where to recycle, right? Because people around that town, they know that in La Para they recycle, so they take it there. Yes, because we've started many campaigns, but the success is in seeing what do you do with it. And after the National Recycling Festival, we did some sustainable initiatives. There we met Lucas Recalde, and with him we built a house for the watcher of the recycling plant. The 13th of October 2018, the current mayor of the city of Córdoba, Martín Chayora, whom I thank for the possibility of being here. He visited us. He wasn't the mayor of Córdoba at that point, and when I told him that we were we were building a house with bottles, and he did a Facebook Live there, and he enjoyed it a lot. And we did 3 sustainable classrooms with plastic bottles, and with Blanginos floors with the glasses. They did the floors, and that was done with 1,200 bottles. And now we're working with the entire remodelation of the square. That's going to be plenty of a large surface, and what we're going to do is a training center in La Para, Ortiz, for the Secretary of Environment of General Perón in the year 75-76. The Yolanda Ortiz Center has as a fundamental tool the training of towns like La Para. We have around 70 people in the province of Córdoba and in the rest of the country who are being trained on how should we use the waste of small towns. So this is something that we're doing now. That is something that we're working with Gabriela Peretti, who is an expert in education. And we are setting up a program in which from kindergarten to the primary school to secondary school at La Para have an entire structure of adaptation for thinking of a sustainable town. Where would you like to reach? 100% of people who recycle, to be a national example, to be copied, in the good sense, of course. Of course, yes. 100% we know that that's not easy to achieve, but I have the responsibility of, as mayor of La Para, to make our town get better. We have issues with the landfill because it catches on fire when there are no when there's no rain. So we need to improve the results so that we can have a treatment, a controlled place for things that we cannot recycle. But what I celebrate is that right now we have this World Circular Economy Summit, which gives us, I think, that is a kickoff for the cities where you cannot go home by home. It's very hard. These are huge cities, and many mayors are replicating our efforts in La Para and in over 40 cities in Córdoba. Out of the 427 towns and cities, over 10% do a similar work, and maybe better than the one that we do at La Para. So as a young person or not so young person in politics, they need to be in the agenda, and everyone that makes the decisions, in my case from the municipal point of view, you need to prioritize the environment, because you see the state of our rivers, of our lakes, of our land, of our air, and it's not that we need to project forward, we need to do it today. And what's the excuse that you would like to tear down? I think that there must be something economic as well. It's complicated to recycle, and or what would you do to people who are interested, maybe mayors, people who work in organizations, presidents of the world, when they start putting excuses? Which ones would you tear down? The excuse that I would select would be that they are long-term processes, and we are in 4-year periods, and we have problems maintaining state policies, and I think that environment is a state policy. My term began with a work already started. We went further with the festival, with the sustainable construction projects, but I need to tell them that you should not be afraid to start. We should not say, for example, that people don't sort the waste, and in cases for places like La Para, where you have a backyard, you can make compost, and with compost you can have an orchard, and you start creating the circular economy that you don't want to get the waste mixed anymore. I don't think that there can be any excuses now, and together with this educational program, I think that we're going to create a structure of laws, of regulations that force people to do this, because the person who produces a waste needs to be responsible for this. A store, a factory, of course, and there need to be reports on that, of course. Yes, there are reports on environmental issues and about what's happening in Argentina right now. Would you urge Argentina to have a legislation on sustainability? Of course I would. Would it be easier? Would that help? Of course that would help. That would set the agenda for us. That would put us in a pinch of doing what we have to do. And I see that this summit is a salient example that shows us that we're going on the right path. We need to accelerate on this right path. And based on what I said at the beginning, the people who make decisions on different levels, we need to consider in depth the environment. People like it, people see it, and let me tell you that the concept of environment, it's not just related with sorting waste. We are also recovering the public space in La Para. We could say that we recycled the central area with train buildings. They're now training centers. We made lakes, we made parks, and this is beyond the waste sorting. It's actually making a town or a city like you're doing in Córdoba, or cities with true public spaces, good public spaces, and that the relationship with people and the environment is correct. And of course, maybe some of the bottles of the places that we see in the recovered spaces, it was probably mine, so that generates a sense of ownership. Yes, we did Pleistocenic Park, the animals that lived in the region of Ancenusa a long time ago. And when we closed the park, we cannot find a bottle, we cannot find somebody who tossed paper. So this is when the people value and feel that they are part of what was done. These are open spaces, public spaces. So a sense of belonging is also in sorting, because when people see that what we collect becomes a floor where their children study, or where you're going to have the town square, that's going to create a sense of belonging that keeps on through time. Thank you very much, Martin, for this time, for telling us in detail what's this circular experience like in La Para. And I hope that next time that we see each other, it's going to be, hopefully you have 99%. So I'm probably asking a lot, but okay, but thank you. Thank you, Emilia. I want to thank also the people who have organized this summit, and I would like to thank the Mayor Martin Jarjora for the participation, and I want to work to try to reach 100%, and I want to congratulate you because the city of Córdoba organizing this, I think that is a brilliant idea. This was Martin Guzman, Mayor of La Para, and we continue with Circular Experiences.
Now we continue with different perspectives on circular economy, and now learning about B system that will be moderated by Roxana Akoto. And we open a new session of the multiple opportunities we find in this world economy on circular economy. Now we are with Agustina Gutierrez, co-founder and director of the company Tingua, a B company. Also member of the director's board of System B Argentina. Hello, Agustina, how are you? Thank you very much for inviting me. Thank you for being here. In order to understand a little bit more about this, we're going to see a video that Agustina brought. You already know the problems we have been having for a lot of years. You see them every day. You live them every day. We cannot keep on waiting for someone to solve this for us. We have to act now. This is why business people, teachers, leaders, entrepreneurs, and opinion leaders join together knowing that change is urgent and it depends on all of us. We believe in a new system in which caring for people and the environment is as important as the economical benefit. We're creating a new economy looking for a common good. It is a threefold impact that cannot be separated. With our work, talent, and creativity, we foster successful businesses that solve and meet a lot of needs. We are even more people contributing. Regardless of where you are, your decision has an impact. Redefining the success concept. This was very interesting and motivating. The change is now and calls to every one of us. We need to act on this. Agustina, I would like you to tell me, what is System B? A movement, an organization. B System is a global system that wants to define success in economy, incorporating the success of a company, some other variables such as the environmental and social aspects within the system. We have a lot of stakeholders, the government, the academia, the companies, the citizens, and all of us have to create a change and a strong collaboration to reach the SDGs for 2030. So this is the proposal of B system at a global level. Argentina has 140 companies that are certified, 10 are in Cordoba, and we can have a lot more. In Cordoba we see a lot of potential, and from the B system from Cordoba we call for everyone to join us in this World Summit, and we are very happy to be able to participate in these conversations. Okay, let's go from the beginning. You have a company, a B company. What is a B company? The B company has an international certification that is online and for free. In the beginning, any company can have this. We measure different aspects such as the transparency, governance of the company, the social and environmental impact of the company, and that gives us a score and possibilities for improvement. And with that, after we implement them, we reach 80%, and we can request to have the certification by an independent organization called B-Lab from the States. They give us the B company certificate. This is renewed every 5 years. And it does not mean that we are the best companies of the world, but we want to be the best companies for the world. So we will try to implement changes improving our social and environmental impact. And how do you see this? Do you have a certificate? You have a seal? But for the client of a company, how do I know that you are a B company that complies with all of the regulations? Do you have a certain logo? Yes, we have a B company logo that is given by this organization, and these are renewed. They come and see that we are having a good environmental and social impact. Not only what we say we do, but also having the proof that this was validated. And to be able to be part of this movement, Sistema B in Argentina, or B system, and you are part of the board of that too, we need to have the B company certification. Only those companies that have the B company certification can be part of Sistema B. Not only them. We are doing a call for everyone to join. We try to inspire people to be measured on those scores. You can do this for free, and it is open. You have a score, and you can improve your situation. So we make a call to all companies to go and see their scores, and we can start making some improvements, and we open our proposal to receive all the consultations, and maybe we have some improvements we can do. We are 10 companies in Cordoba of different industries and very small companies, including tourism or other industries, for example, toy industry. We have a lot of activities, so we like being here for you to know that we are present within the community, and it is very good for you to join us and to see how you can improve your impact. Any company, even if you are new, you are an entrepreneur, anyone can go through this learning process and improvement process. What is the benefit of a company for being or transforming into a B company? Some of these companies that you try to seduce to have the certification or to attract. We are talking about the B gene. They always say, I already was a B. I founded it with this purpose. But I did not know that we had this movement. When I heard about that, I said, I want to be a part of this. This defines my purpose as a company, and this purpose is established in the bylaws of that institution. So we change. So if the stakeholders, shareholders change, the company has the same purpose of the threefold impact in the bylaws. So this purpose is protected, and it also attracts talents. Today and the new generations, they all want to work in a company with a strong purpose, where not only the returns are measured, but also the social and environmental impact. So attracting talent is very important, and for the new generations, this certification is of value. I sell my services in abroad, and the clients that I attract are clients that are committed with having a positive social and environmental impact. I did not tell you what we do. We have foreign people coming here and do voluntary work on environmental projects and social projects. Our BSEAL has a certain ethic. They do not come here to do tourism. They come here and say, okay, how can I help? They come here to collaborate. My clients abroad know that I have this seal, and this is our purpose. We cannot go beyond that ethic limit with us. They do not come here to do tourism because we want to continue with this threefold impact. And what do you exactly do at Tingua? It is a company that does what? Intercultural experiences of international volunteer programs. For example, people that go and do a work and travel to work for a certain company, and that is very common in the most developed countries. We have the youth, and we take them out of their comfort area, so they have challenging experiences and come here to help and to collaborate in companies of different industries, on gender policies, on natural reservations, natural reserves, in all of the types of industries, with the children, with the youth. So it is very good coming here to this country to collaborate. You see it differently, and they learn a lot from us as well. They come to Argentina to have experiences of volunteer projects in companies. Yes, exactly. Do they have to pay for that? Yes, they have to pay for the organization and for the lodging, for example, expenses, the cultural immersions, Spanish classes. It is an entire program that we have. So I sell Cordoba to foreign countries, and it is not that easy because Iguazu has the falls, for example, but we have our potential, and unfortunately it is not seen sometimes. So this summit can place us as a sustainable city with a great culture that is coordinated to be a more sustainable and cleaner, a more beautiful city. And how does it manifest in Tingua that you are a big company? Which are the elements that make you a big company in this specific service that you provide? In this evaluation, I can give you an example. The first score was very low on the environmental impact that we had. So what did we do? We started making partnerships with environmental projects, and we attracted some investors that were related to this, and our impact was improving. This gives us a perspective of different aspects of the company, and this is good not only for companies but for any type of companies, that is SDG management. And this tool allows us to measure the impact based on the 17 SDGs. So any foundation can see their strongest impact or the weakest impact area, and to improve all of those fields. But the important part is to measure ourselves. It is as going to the accountant and saying, okay, the truth is that your performance was okay, but well, okay is not a measure. So we need to have a proper evaluation. It is open and you can do it for free. As everything, information is the key raw material to be able to start working, right? In Cordoba, we have only 10 bee companies, right? Yes, only 10. This movement started a long time ago, right? I remember one article of the first bee company, Ondulé, of a toy company, in Cordoba. And from that moment on, we have only 10 big companies. Yes, we are very few companies, but there are a lot of companies that maybe they could be big companies, and sometimes they do not enter and do the certification and measure their scores. But well, now we're doing a lot of awareness campaigns to provide them with the tools that we have certified to help them move forward and make progress, because you need to be completing and doing and following certain steps. You need to have someone specifically committed to that. Sometimes we lack resources in the companies, but it is possible. So we are doing a lot of events to make all of those companies to have this score and to get the certification. And you mentioned in Argentina 130 companies, big companies that are part of Sistema B. So we are not that far away from 8 to 10% in Cordoba as compared to the rest of the country. So the country is a little bit slow as well. When did the movement start? The movement in Latin America came in 2011, and there are 700 companies in Latin America and 4,000 in the world, but it has grown a lot in the last 10 years. And as I said before, in a systemic manner, because it is not only important to see which are the companies that are certified, but all of the companies need to be aware of this. This has to be a cultural change, a collaboration change from citizens, from the academia, from public policies. We all have to agree on the fact that we need to take actions now based on the 2030 agenda, and we have very few years to act and to reach those SDGs. When you start with a company, or you have a company that is already working and you assess them and see how they perform, of course the main purpose of a company is to earn money, or otherwise you cannot create it, or it cannot continue throughout the time. Now in here, let me see if I understand. In the same level, placing the same level, a company having economic profitability or sustainability, but also being environmentally sustainable and being socially sustainable, improving the environment and people around them. Is that a big company? Yes, you understood perfectly the essence. It evolves from the concept of social accountability, where you did business and maybe you compensated the carbon footprint in a different area, or with social accountability, for example, by means of a donation or a specific project. And this makes the purpose at the core of the company. And maybe for our generation it is more difficult, but children or the millennials are born with that idea. They create a company to solve a problem, a social problem or an economic problem, with any young person that you know or that wants to work in those types of companies. So that is a change. Not the company on the one hand and then the other projects for social responsibility or accountability, but having all of those two elements together within the bylaws. Yes, in the last years we have seen a great acceleration in the youth, and they see it differently. And yes, some other of being a big company, we are talking about resilience. Tingua, for 1 year and a half, since the borders were closed, we could not work in the same way that we did before. It was very difficult for us due to the pandemic, and well, we started seeing this. We have a company with a purpose. You need to find the way out to continue with the project, regardless of the fact that we do not have economic earnings, but we need to continue with our projects. There's a group of women who are creating masks for hospitals of the region, so we had to go the extra mile to fulfill our purpose. And in spite of the fact that the borders are closed and we are within a pause, let's say, but personally resilience of companies with a purpose is at the core of everything. So thank you very much, Agustina, for being here with us, and we continue with this international summit.
And to finish, company. Can any company that has interest in this, that wants to join this movement in Sistema B Argentina, where do they go to? Where should they write? Well, if the company is from Córdoba, we have our community of B companies. And if you contact us, we're going to be able to guide you to do the assessment and provide tools for them to measure themselves and start the talks, because this is about talking and helping each other to have a synergy of continuous improvement in companies. So all companies in Cordoba are welcome. There are communities in Mendoza. Mendoza is a B city, or plus B city. They committed to threefold impact, as well as Barcelona and Rio. And in Argentina we have different communities, and we invite you to the Cordoba community, or we can, if you tell us, we can tell where's the community in their part of the country or the world, so that they can get in contact. Thank you very much, Agustina. Agustina Gutierrez, founder and director of Tingua, and member of the Sistema B Board of Directors here in the World Circular Economy Summit. Okay, let's continue with circular experiences in this World Summit of World Economy, and we're enjoying it here in Cordoba. Now we are with Maria Paz Sanchez Amono, who is a member of a body in CONICET, which is the Experimental Center of Economic Houses. Thank you very much for sharing with us. It's a pleasure for me to be present. Thank you for sharing this experience, this long experience that you have in your CV on the reuse of something that would go to the trash. And this is something that you can use to do other things. Okay, yes, thank you very much. This is one of the premises by the Experimental Center of Economic Households, which is changing waste to a resource. So the idea is to change this residue, this waste to constructive. And as we said before, the waste is a problem and houses are a need. So we are using it for these constructive components, these building components that are going to reduce the deficit in housing. And which are the materials that you use? We mainly work with plastic waste, and we also use tires that are no longer in use. That means rubber that has been crushed. We also work with e-waste, and these are different types of research that we do with waste. And I see that you've been working for many years. Yes, the institute has almost now over 50 years, so a long history working in experiences in habitat and developing technology. I will start telling you a little bit about this building systems, the new materials based on waste. The story of CV, the center, is an institute of research, experimentation, development and transfer of technologies which are destined to social production of a habitat and for the productive cycle. It has a double dependency. It depends of the CONICET, the National Council of Scientific and Technical Research, and the Association of Economic Living, which is an NGO, non-profit, and SEVE is linked with local and regional governments, with habitat organizations, and it includes several lines of action. Doesn't only have links in Argentina, but also all around Latin America, with around 200 institutions, both local, provincial, public organisms, companies, co-ops, and that's more or less the way that we work. SEVE works on 6 main areas. First, the soft technologies, which is the general management of the habitat, the territorial studies, the territorial justice, and the hard technologies, which are the constructive building components, new materials, and the systems. And I will focus on 2 main areas: the building systems and components, where we design local, social, productive systems. We do technological transference. We transfer the know-how and the technology. We have several building systems that have the CAT, the certification of the national certification, and we also have a pre-molding and component production area, and we also have the new material area, which is in charge of studying and characterizing the waste to see which is abundant and what are the features, the characteristics to be able to develop construction products and to do the technological transfer of these components. So basically, from the CONICET, what you do is study which materials can be reused and what's the availability of those materials to be reused in elements, in raw materials that are useful for building houses. And at the same time, how do you build with the materials that you have? Those would be the main areas. Yes, with the characterization of waste. If we have an abundance, we need to justify the amount to perform these types of building. So you put it in practice. You find specific things and you transfer the knowledge to society in general for them to start using it generally. And yes, we've had agreements with NGOs, with cities, with companies that want to acquire technology. We do this technology transfer by training and starting companies. We supporting everyone. We do a lot of support, and this implies many cases. These transfers include several areas. We do not we do not do them specifically because we are an institute devoted to research, but we do the technological transfer. And talking about new materials, this is a relatively new concept, because we know that in traditional construction, traditional building, there is a strong impact, a strong environmental impact, because almost all materials in construction imply extracting resources that are not renewable. So, considering the premises of sustainable construction, we started using new procedures, new materials that are not only solving the final disposal of the waste, but also one of the authors mentions the new materials and speaks about the combination of materials that when they are together, they work better than when they do individually. That's what Mirabetes said. And this is a concept of the new materials is here, and sometimes they're included because The building professionals always work with traditional methods, so we also need to do a change in paradigm and trying to incorporate these materials to building and to everyday life. I was surprised that I had to do an article report on a more friendly type of concrete, and I was surprised that the construction industry is one of the more contaminating industries. And maybe you think about factories or smoke or oil. I didn't know that the construction industry was one of the most contaminant. Yes, exactly, from the manufacturing of the components, the construction of the house, the demolition. In all of the stages of the constructive process, in the building process, there is pollution. So why shouldn't we move to using the residue, the waste, to create these components and also taking care of the environment? So what I was talking about is this sentence of the founder of CEBE, Horacio Barreta, said that trash is a problem and housing is a need. So we're using non-traditional materials like recycled plastic to use it in bricks, in blocks, in plates for walls, for roofs, and we're going to see it one by one. The area of building systems and components has more or less like two big areas. The systems on the one side, which have different names, UMA, BENO, MAS, FC2, and Semilla, which means seed, and also the pre-molding area, which speaks about components, concrete windows, roofing plates. And here we see a few images of the different building systems. Here are the three more emblematic, the UMA, BENO, and FC2. And I'll tell you a little bit quickly that each of them has a technical suitability certificate. That means that they have undergone a series of tests, and so they can be used. They are produced centrally. They can be done in a workshop. They allow the inclusion of qualified, of non-qualified labor, which allows working cooperatives. And this was, we did some technological transfer of these systems to women in vulnerable situations, and they were able to build their own houses. And this UMA system, here we see one of the images of the Ella Hacen program. They do, and this is a structural support that has very rigid parts, rigid lines that is done in a shop, and then you finish the structure in the when you're doing the actual building. And then you have the BENO system with ceramic plates with a particular module with a design height that provides technical insulation, thermal insulation. And you have FC2, which panels of expanded polyester with a wire mesh that is manufactured in a shop, and then you do the overlay that was projected. This would be traditional systems, and now we're moving on to the area of new materials, where we can see how the steps are done. First we study the waste. Sometimes some companies approach us that have some type of waste, and they want to see what's the feasibility of their application. So we analyze the feasibility of that component, if that component has good technical or mechanical characteristics, if they are abundant to justify production. And they have then we have a morphological shape design of the component, in which we do the lab tests. We analyze the physical, chemical aspects, and these are the steps that we do to perform new developments based in waste. We're working in these 5 developments, components, PET-based components, panels made with plastic waste, the shingles with plastic and also plastic profiles, and e-waste bricks. Here we have the PET bricks. It's one of the prototypes here in CEBE. Each one of our offices is a prototype with a different technology. That's the office where you work in. That's what you make it with those materials. Yes, Each of us has an office with a different system, so we live in them. Yes, exactly. Every day we experience them every day. The PET based bricks is probably the ones that people know the most. The ones that you do with the bottles, with soda bottles. Yes, that's polyethylene terephthalate, and that's PET, and it's like our star product because it has a large level of acceptance. We've done a lot of transference. We have a lot of social impact. It generates employment. It has thermal insulation. It has a very important economic impact because it reduces the cost in landfills. It has several advantages, and we have not only developed bricks, but also here we have the process. We shred, we crush the plastic, and then we mix it with cement until we can create the production in a block machine. So then we put it on the floor for the drying. And here we have the equivalence of 20 bottles that are crushed equals one brick. So, and what I was telling you was that we did not only create bricks, but we did wall blocks and roof blocks and the Beno PET plate, which is something that we are trying to do with these recycled bottles. So basically we can have the entire structure of a house with plastic bottles. Yes, this is a technology that has been requested all over and very proven because of all the characteristics and advantages that I was mentioning. One of the other pieces of research that we've had are these panels with plastic waste, which are the waste of a candy factory that had not gone into the productive process because there were issues in the printing. So we did the process of shredding them and mixing them with different materials to make, for example, objects like this vanitory and tables and floors, shelves, and a lot of tests were done, and they determined that they have great characteristics and low water absorption, so they can be used in humid environments. So it's very important to see this reuse of that we can do stuff with, we can do something productive with candy packaging. Yes, exactly. That is candy wrappers. And one of the other developments are the shingles based in rubber and plastic. They have won an international award. According to the INTI in Argentina, we throw away over 150,000 tons of rubber and plastic, and we started doing these different types of shingles for the roofs. And we analyzed the advantages that we have, because in Cordoba we have the issues with the hail, and these have good resistance against the impact. They are very strong and very light, and this is our prototype. This is an office that used to have ceramic shingles, and we did the replacement for rubber shingles, and we have assessed a series of parameters, and it received the technical suitability certificate and the patent. And I wanted to mention the circular economy here, because we have this new paradigm that happens in the case of the shingles, because due to the manufacturing and the strength that we do, that is the force that is applied by the press, we have some these leftovers that we try to recrush them, so there's no residue, there's no waste in the production cycle, because it re-enters the process to manufacture another shingle. So this is a residue that the polymer is manufactured, the plastic is manufactured. We turn the tires into this plastic, they are turned into waste. We manufacture a shingle, and what we have left in raw materials, it's crushed again, it's shredded again, and it's re-entered into the production process. And these last two developments are currently in process. These are the bricks made of e-waste that sometimes they're large volumes and they are difficult to treat. And we also are trying plastic profiles that we are trying to use as for the edges of the windows, for windows and doors. So we're working on this, and this is probably the roadmap that is implied in technological transfer. First, we do a training in CEVE. We tell them, we teach them, we advise them in buying the machinery and creating a production layout. They are trained in mounting, and they are assisted technically in how to put together the productive cycle. They may do the prototype construction, and after the city generates those their own PET bricks, we also do a test and quality controls to make sure that those bricks are being manufactured correctly. So here we have some images of the trainings that we have given. Thank you very much, and I leave you here the contact information, our address for you if you want to visit, and the web page you can visit and get to know all of these material developments, which is www.ceve.org.ar. One more question before the end. Sorry, in these cases of developments that you have tested in your own offices and transferred to cities, how many other agreements have you had outside? How many other developments outside of CVE have you done? As an example, I can tell you the example of Rio Cuarto, and we also have the city of Junín in Mendoza. There are several cases, not just in Córdoba, but also in different provinces, in Buenos Aires, in San Nicolás. And the case of the PET bricks is very replicated, very required. So we're happy that we are having this in all over the country. And on the other side, do you have concrete companies that actually manufacture these bricks to commercialize or to send to different places? How do you do with the property of that development? These developments are protected by the technical suitability certificate, and you have a national patent that protects the intellectual property, and it's being used by cities, by NGOs, by foundations that do not sell them, but they use it for their own benefit, to construct, to build social housing, bus stops. That's where it's being used. Okay, perfect. Thank you very much, Maria Paz, for this presentation. It's great that we're moving forward with this. We want to say goodbye to you, but before that, we will see a video that you brought to us, because CEVE turns 50 years. It's almost 54, yes. And I thank you for your invitation, and I would like to share this video that shows a little bit about the trajectory of all of these years of work. Research. Development. Action. Innovation. Assessment. Cooperation. Incidents. Training. Commitment. Suitable and appropriatable technologies. Sustainability. Transference. "50 years of CEVE." of research and development of technologies for sustainable and popular habitat.
Culture is always part of these talks, of these panels, and now we're going to talk about culture and sustainability. The moderator will be Carolina Biederman. Yes, we open a new space. We're going to talk about culture and sustainability. And now we're going to see which are the different political policies that we have throughout the municipality to promote different designs of entrepreneurs that want to move forward with sustainability. So we have Federico Raca, Undersecretary of Culture of the Municipality of Córdoba, and Ana Paula Tumas, Director of Cultural and Creative Industries. Welcome. We know that you are working and in this management you have applied a lot of projects and you project a lot of more projects related to culture and sustainability. So we want to welcome you and to get to know you. Let's start with you, Federico, from the Undersecretariat of Culture. Which are the projects and what you're working on? It is a pleasure for me being here in the summit. For the concept of culture that we have in Martin Jarara's management, it is very focused on a specific ethic. We normally think about culture from an aesthetic point of view or a showbiz point of view, but it is not always the case. And the management of this culture has an ethics perspective. Within circular economy, what underlies is also an ethic of preservation, of taking care of our planet. And if we think about the gold rush of Americans after the Second World War, where we have this issue of recycling to be able to have new products in the market, that changed in those 60 years, 70 years that have passed. In this case, the circular economy, the sustainability fields are areas that are very important because we need to use these resources again so as not to damage our planet. In the case of culture, there are a lot of activities that we have been performing, from the arts that have to do with using products that have been discarded and thrown away. So in that way, the design part is very important in the city. But we also have some other areas with a very strong incidence. For example, the area of the plastics, working with recycled material that has to do with circular economy. And the government of Martin aims at that, at moving forward in that line, with that ethic that underlines the culture and the general management. Okay, Federico, how do we start using it for it to be a public policy that not only is there in management but can permeate to every other areas for the city of Córdoba? That is the root of the ethic. You start from that and from the culture, from education, from communication, and from different products that are recycled. We will see some of the designers of Córdoba working with recycled products. Installing that as a state policy is very important, and that together with the communities, working with the different communities that we have in Córdoba to be used and to create new resources as well. That phrase of gold rush, as the Americans call it, has to do with that. The intrinsic value of what the capitalist system has provided. And how do you apply that to the culture? Do we recycle? Do we reuse? And for example, in which elements, from which projects, in which industries, so that everyone, every citizen can participate or be involved. Yes, you have art, the art field, art objects, and some other objects that do not belong to this field. In the design, we work both for the aesthetics perspective and for elements going back to the circular cycle, to the production cycle. We can reuse something that had been discarded. There are a lot of important artists in Argentina who have been working with waste in Argentina. One of the most famous one is Berni. A lot of the pictures that we know, Juanito Laguna and all of the characters of Berni, he worked as one of the pioneers of recycling and making a circular perspective out of this. Argentina was a pioneer in this with an artist that passed away, which was who was Uriburu in the 60s. It is well known in the world. It was the first report we have in the world of the ecological problem, and is an Argentinian artist. And how do we revalue artists and we make them participate within municipal policies? We are seeing this trend, artists not on the other side of the activities, but they start being part of the central matters and intervening with society as well. When we think about circularity of products and human relations, recovering the public space is also important. Córdoba has launched the urban art program, the biggest one of the country. We have over 40,000 meters of murals in the city. In very short term, we have very famous artists participating. So we want to reclaim spaces that are forgotten, in very bad shape, to make it well known in Córdoba, the art, the culture. Okay, and we continue now with Ana Paula Tumas, Director of Cultural and Creative Industries. Another important aspect, essential aspect related to circular economy. Ana Paula, can you tell us about the work that you have been doing? Hello, everyone. Yes, first of all, I would like to congratulate you for the World Summit on Circular Economy. The truth is that it is sustainability and sustainable products and circularity have been dealt with from the 60s, but it needs to be transformed into a reality. So we congratulate the position of the mayor of the city and Bahía Córdoba entity. And I will also like to congratulate including culture in the work boards, because sometimes this is an aspect that is seen from the economy, from waste management, from the environmental perspective, and it traditionally seems that it is not related to the culture, when in fact having a space for culture in this paradigm is essential. It is more significant. We start from the fact that culture is something that the human creates to move away from animals or to distinguish themselves from animals. So what can we do with the environment in a different way? We have a change in logic in the production, pushed by capitalism, and this new paradigm involving the reuse of waste. I would call it the salvation of waste, and from them we can create products and the economy. Specifically, all of the circular economy and sustainability lines have been developed in all of the areas of culture, not only in the production modes, but also in the aesthetics that are transmitted and that are developed by the different disciplines. This is always also applied in movie production, on the audiovisual fields, little by little. It is a very long process, of course, but they are starting to implement certain programs and logics to reduce waste, and particularly in the design phase that depends on the Undersecretariat of Culture. I would like to focus on 3 programs, the most important ones, and the biggest ones that we have. On one side, we have from the Undersecretariat Department a stimulus for culture in Cordoba. Since we started with this management, there has been a strong perspective from sustainability and the threefold impact. So when the jury selects the different local products, they do make a priority, a special priority of everything related to low waste or reuse, and the beneficial impact both from the social point of view and economic point of view and environmental point of view. Since we started, we have prioritized this sustainability model. On the eco-design of Cordoba, it is a certification to products and designs from Cordoba. And from the last version, we have been doing this with the different schools. This is an innovation that we created, and making participate the different schools of our designers in the selection of the criteria of those designs that deserve to have this certification. This seal of all the people from Cordoba saying this is ours. We have also prioritized these sustainability lines and of circular economy. We also have the creative store of the city to make it visible and to commercialize products that are designs of different artists. You can have a lot of products, as you can see here in this picture, products that fall within the circular economy field. We have different options, and we're going to see some of them in a minute. I would like to mention, if we have the time, each of the projects and products, but I would like to highlight in a general way that there has been a great progress as regards design and sustainability, and years before we had to choose something sustainable, for example, or an economic option, or the pretty option, the most beautiful option. And nowadays that gap has been decreased. The cost of buying an object or a product, a sustainable one, it is more or less the same as compared to the other products, and the aesthetics and the design that our designers could achieve is very appealing. They have a logic that stimulates a bit more the circularity of economy in that matter. And one last thing I wanted to say is that these are production logics that also create a very solidary environment, a chain of production that we create in this of I can pick up your waste, I can create a product with this. If I have a waste, I have someone to offer that to because they are working with that. So we have a social logic or cultural logic for this economy that this type of economy promotes to have a better environment, not only green environments, but all the surroundings. How do we promote from the state to artists to go for the use of this type of elements, of recycling, of reusing? Well, these programs and this space of the store stimulates development, and we have some awards with money and the prestige of having been selected, together with these products that comply with the different requirements that we establish. We are in the World Summit, so we are not only seen in Cordoba, but in some other places. This content will be available on the web, and I would like you to tell me how you will try to promote or motivate other cities to go for state policies or public policies with to promote sustainability. We go back to the ethics point of view. to respect others, to have a planet that can be sustainable at this level of consumption that is very complicated. So we also have an ethic that has to be very particular. Sometimes we do not mention that. This is key when we see the designs that appear on our stores that have complied with all of the requirements of recycling, sustainability. You will see a detail of what Specialist Thomas mentioned before. It is an aesthetics, not an ethics, but an aesthetics that tends to go out from the classic concept of beauty. It is a new beauty what is produced. That is very important to be mentioned. And in general, products that we work with to recycle, apart from the design levels that they have, that they are very high, they produce one type of product that is different from the rest of the other products that we have around us. What about consumption? Do you think that the youth can little by little incorporate this awareness, social awareness, environmental awareness when they choose elements, when they buy them? Yes, in fact, we have checked this in the store that we have in the city, where the youth go and they can choose this type of products, and they go and do that. Apart from being sustainable, they choose those products because I insist on the aesthetics and the levels of design that they have. They do things that are very beautiful, that are very creative, and that creates more attention when you know the products they have used. Wallets done or created with cement bags, for example, lamps made out of cardboard, or instruments to do yoga made out of garments that were unused, some other elements for babies, for example, with the rests of used clothes, fanny packs, notebooks, cases. With all of this waste, it is amazing to see that they can reach that level of design. That is amazing. How do you articulate the different areas of municipal work and from designers to be articulated and to share knowledge? Because we need a specific knowledge for them to design those products, right? Yes, in this case, we have launched a program that we have been working and developing with the environment department that has to do with recovering certain elements of products to be used by the artists of Córdoba as a raw material for their works. So this is also an impulse that makes artists know new materials and to work with waste, for example. So we have here the concept of circularity, and this is a perspective inaugurated by the mayor and by Accor with the summit and with the creation of circular economy schools, an area where we can meet together and we are articulating, so designers from culture, and to be part of circular economy and to be part of the School of Circular Economy. This is not only an event, a conference, but this is framed within a series of strategies and policies that have been developed to really create the push that this needs. So where can we know more about this project? You can see it on the social media of the Municipality of Córdoba, on social network of the Undersecretariat of Culture. And I would like to add a series of products that are important to artists related to instruments made out of recycled material. We have a long tradition not only in Córdoba but also in the north of the country. We have such a guitar in Santiago del Estero, and we also have orchestras from the different neighborhoods that play with instruments made out of recycled material. So we are going to see different areas of culture and art where we see this circularity concept Yes, going across all of these layers and spaces. Thank you very much for being here with us. And now we say goodbye to Federico Raca, Undersecretary of Culture of the Municipality of Córdoba, and Ana Paula Tumas, Director of Cultural and Creative Industries. And now we have reached the moment to talk to the designers who had different projects and sell different projects reaching this circular economy concept. So we have here now Veronica Rabarotto from Ilanda and Sofia Bianco from Germina.
Hello, Caro. Thank you very much. It's very nice for us to have you here, for you to tell us your testimony, because you're a clear example of public policies that foster projects and entrepreneurs that are supported and go with sustainable initiatives. And you're going to be asking if the people are going to know that they are real. And now we're going to know what is Ilanda about. Ilanda is a social company. We're doing collaborative work with NGOs, governments, commercial partners, and textile producers. You've seen some of our products in the Tienda Creativa, the creative store. We create training cycles for women that are going through vulnerability situations, that are unemployed, and then they work together with NGOs to manufacture these sustainable textile products, like oven mitts, carpets, rugs, blankets. And our idea was to generate the textile agglomerate, which is a technique that allows you to create a new paint of silk, of cloth, and without creating a new texture. So that is the basis of our product. We work with 60 to 80% of recycled material that we recover from textile producers, and we make sure of the traceability of those pieces of cloth, and we know who gives them to us and when, and we receive them cleaned and ready to be used in our products. And we tell you this because maybe you see the product and you see, oh, such a nice pillow, it looks so relaxing, and there you have up to 3 kilos of textile scrap. So this has a lot of work in there. And then the social side, talking about the circular economy, we have these 3 axes: the economic, the social, and the environmental. And environmentally, we have reduced and we have tried that we have prevented these materials from being treated like garbage. And for us, those are our materials or resources. And as for the social aspect, we create work with NGOs, with these women who have no work, so we create work opportunities. And with our commercial partners, we can distribute and sell everything that we manufacture. This circularity that you achieved did not happen overnight. What was it like that, other than the recycling of these pieces of cloth that were discarded at some point? You are also including people from different NGOs, and you were able to coordinate and create job positions. So yes, this comes from an idea from my grandmother. She always recovered parts of different garments. We escalated this, and we asked textile companies to help us with their scrap, and so that we can work with that. And the work is long term. The work with the NGOs fills us with joy, because seeing how each of the women in the Ilanda workshops, and they live with the product that they did with their own hands, it's an entire work of paradigm, a change of paradigm, and makes them very happy. And of course, does it make you happy to get the recovery of these elements, right? Yes, and we are also including designers to try to get the largest percentage of each product to be a recovered material, because we reduce the environmental pollution. We know that the textile industry is one of the most contaminating in the country, and because we get more and more people who are interested to consume these types of products with more responsibility and there are more people interested in acquiring these products that are part of the circular economy and that are more sustainable. And also in this framework of generating sustainable products, is there profitability in the type of work that you generate? Of course, yes. Each of the products have a threefold impact. The third impact is economic. It creates benefits like selling any other kinds of products, but we just add this consciousness, this awareness of the environmental and the social. We have the responsibility to take care of the environment and the people and the productive processes. And this part of the productive processes is also, you mentioned the coordination of all three sectors, because you mentioned the NGOs and you mentioned the social organizations, recycling, but also the state. How do you coordinate with the state to be able to promote other entrepreneurs to try to generate these kinds of projects? The opportunities appear every day. This summit of circular economy is a great opportunity for textile producers to get interested in this, and we put our little contribution for this work, but we are training people. We're going to do trainings with NGOs, and we have public policies that are being implemented to support our work. So people simply have to join and participate. We're also with Sofia, who is part of Germina, which is she's another entrepreneur. Tell us a little bit about Germina. Okay, we at Germina, we do products with plantable paper. We have discovered this paper a few years ago. We started testing. We knew that this wasn't in Argentina, so we started testing one way and another, and we found a product that we are happy with. And what we were passionate about in this is that it allowed us to recycle paper, reducing the number of single-use parts like labels or for example leaflets, something that they give you and that has no other objective but being thrown away, or a card that they give you and you end up throwing away. And with this paper we found out that we solved both of these problems, and we were also creating orchards, because we would give the person who received this card the possibility of planting a seed and having a cultivated food made by themselves. And this was part of our start, and what pushed us to keep developing our work. You do the paper with seeds, and what can it be used? This paper, you can use it for labels, mostly, for cards, for business cards, for bookmarkers. We have different types of clients: big companies, universities, cities, and the clients in our everyday work are entrepreneurs from many different areas that want to incorporate a sustainable vision in their work. And this is the way that they want to take a look at how do they want to take care of the world. And plantable paper is an option that we are in love with. We're doing it from a place with a lot of love, with a lot of care, and we believe that this is going to replace paper. This is going to offer a new experience of getting closer to nature, to growing a plant, seeing how that seed that you planted grows. And what do we find in these papers? We work a lot with orchard seeds that can grow fast and that can be planted all year round, like lettuce, carrots, ciboulette. We also have flower seed papers, and with these papers we also create other products like calendars, sustainable calendars with different cards, with different seeds. And as the months go by, you start planting those cards and you start creating your own orchard. We also have notebooks with ecological paper, with sugarcane fiber. We also have options for corporate gifts. We also have phone books, address books. You said that you use it for labels, and is there a networked work between the entrepreneurs that choose sustainability for their projects? Yes, definitely, because these spaces foster new alliances. So we thank you. We thank everyone. Yes, and everyone from their own place. The entrepreneur starts working from the small, from the trial, and every time these opportunities come up, we start meeting and we start putting together a network where we always have the other one. And it may be that it might not be from what I do, but if I have the information that can help you, we're always there, like lending a hand. And as we were saying today, this is a very solidary environment, because in the circular economy you start having networks that create collaboration, and that's the spirit. It's free, it's ego free. What's your motivation of continuing with these projects? It must not have been simple, because there was a new area of not reaching the industrial area, but not going for the industrial, but not going for what is easy to get, but trying to apply your own knowledge. Well, actually, we believe that buying, consuming, and throwing away that's not working anymore. So we need to think about the step by step, and we need to be careful every moment with what we do. Generate the smallest impact possible in the environment, taking care of people, and we need to start taking care of the paradigm towards the circular idea. So we create our own reality. We do it together. And I think that we were coming from in the last few years, we had the idea of taking care of the environment, but there was no awareness that the environment and the planet is ourselves. So we need to make a change. We need to change consumption. We need to change the production of everything that we consume in order to have an actual impact in the environment. And we not only share this through the products that we market, but also through our internal policy as a company, as a business. The shipments that we do it with reused boxes from nearby shops. The size and the shape of our cards is based on a logic of optimization of paper use, so as not to generate waste, and everything that we do is around these optics. And I was staying in the point of this idea of conscience for the people that are watching us. How would you invite entrepreneurs to be part of this network, so that we start collaborating with other entrepreneurs and getting this network of contact, and so as other entrepreneurs can use your products? Well, this type of events helps a lot in starting to talk about sustainability, threefold impact products, and we invite you to join us with the little contribution of your choice every day. Every time we buy something, you are going for the solution or the problem. That's our invitation. Yes, I agree wholeheartedly. These are small decisions. It looks like a lot, because these are habits that are very ingrained, because we grew like that. But truly making the decision, we need to make the decision and go into little changes, which are very simple once we have incorporated them. So we need to make our decision. And something that I wanted to add is that solutions are closer to what we have. The city has green centers, places where they receive the plastic bottles. So I can go and take that bottle where they receive it. That helps us. And yeah, you even have the sorted waste. We get it on Thursday, so the bag is every Thursday morning, the recyclable bag out there. Thank you very much for sharing your experience. Here we are in the framework of this first World Summit of Circular Economy. We have entrepreneurs who plan and work and carry out these companies or these projects, where they not only think about creating value for sustainability and profitability, but also in creating these bonds between different entrepreneurs that go to in the same direction as good policies from the state.
Así que estamos ansiosos de escucharte y te escuchamos.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias. Voy a compartir pantalla. Me avisan si pueden verlo. ¿Todo bien?
Perfecto.
Perfecto. Bueno, muchísimas gracias. Antes que nada, agradecer desde ONUDI al Gobierno de Córdoba por la invitación a este evento tan importante. Felicitar, por supuesto, a la organización en una temática tan disruptiva y tan necesaria, sobre todo en el contexto de los momentos que nos acontecen, ¿no? Sobre todo con esa publicación del informe del IPCC el lunes pasado. Y, por supuesto, también agradecer a todos los ponentes anteriores. Yo he estado en vivo los 2 días escuchando, aprendiendo, y realmente que he aprendido muchísimo y sobre todo las experiencias tanto a nivel de lo que está pasando en Argentina, los diferentes municipios, lo que está pasando en América Latina y por supuesto lo que está pasando en otras partes del mundo, ¿no? La desventaja de ser el último es que la gran mayoría de las cosas se han dicho, ¿no? Así que conforme iba avanzando la cumbre he tenido que ajustar un poco la presentación para asegurar que no repetía gran parte de las cosas que se han dicho de una manera ya bastante elocuente. Así que antes de entrar en el tema de economía circular desde el punto de vista de mercados y sobre todo cómo lo hacemos operativo en la práctica, quería hablar un poquito del trabajo de ONUDI. ONUDI es la Agencia de Naciones Unidas que se especializa en temas industriales. El tema de economía circular, como han visto durante toda esta cumbre, pone sobre la mesa la agenda ambiental con la agenda productiva, no solamente un tema ambiental, sino que esto tiene que venir de la mano de una actividad productiva que fomente este tipo de iniciativas. Y solamente para darles una idea del tipo de cosas que estamos haciendo con ONUDI, ONUDI trabaja en 3 grandes ámbitos en la economía circular, principalmente en proyectos de cooperación que tienen normalmente 3 subcomponentes: un componente de inversión donde testeamos modelos de economía circular. Os estaba hablando de los modelos de economía circular y cómo existe cierto riesgo en esa transición. Gran parte de esa inversión va en la compra de equipamiento. Hay otro componente muy importante que es todo el trabajo en el marco normativo, desarrollo de leyes, decretos que acompañan a la circularidad. También se ha discutido esta mañana con respecto a todo el tema de política pública. Y un tercer ámbito que es todo el tema de creación de capacidades a nivel del sector público y privado con respecto a las metodologías que existen en economía circular. La segunda gran área de trabajo de ONUDI es el tema de apoyo a desarrollo de hojas de ruta, como hemos hecho en Uruguay importante ese trabajo y empezar a generar una guía por el cual los países puedan empezar a circular. Y el tercer tema, que no es menor, es el rol que tiene convocador o facilitador de ONUDI a nivel global, al ser parte de grandes coaliciones globales y regionales de economía circular, que nos permiten anclar esta temática a una mayor escala, y también, sobre todo, ser parte de los grandes comités técnicos que van a definir, digamos, la circularidad del futuro, ¿no? Como por ejemplo el hecho de que somos parte del desarrollo de estándares técnicos de la ISO en circularidad, que van a definir un poco las certificaciones que se van a venir también a nivel empresarial. Solamente contarles muy rápidamente, antes de entrar en la presentación, en Argentina estamos trabajando en este ámbito. Tenemos dos proyectos, uno que es de valorización de residuos agroganaderos para la creación o para el desarrollo de bioenergía. Es un proyecto muy grande. Les invito a que se contacten con nosotros para que sepan más sobre esta iniciativa. Y también un programa de la Alianza para la Acción hacia la Economía Verde, AGE, sus siglas en inglés, donde estamos apoyando a día de hoy el desarrollo de un Plan Nacional de Economía Circular aquí en Argentina. Por lo tanto, tenemos muchas iniciativas y les invitamos a que puedan ponerse en contacto con nosotros para que les contemos mucho más. Bueno, con respecto al tema que nos convoca, yo he dividido mi presentación en dos grandes bloques. El primer tema, quería hablar del tema de mercado. Me parece que es uno de los temas que no se ha hablado en profundidad en la cumbre. Sí que se ha hablado mucho, pero normalmente hemos vinculado todo el tema de mercados con respecto al potencial que tiene a nivel de país. Yo en este caso quiero comentarles también la importancia que tiene el comercio internacional para dinamizar la economía circular. En muchos casos pensamos que el tema de la economía circular es algo local y no le habla al ámbito internacional, y realmente en muchos países, cuando tenemos mercados que son relativamente pequeños, aquellas empresas que se lanzan hacia la economía circular necesitan tener un estímulo por parte de la demanda, y es por eso muy importante que el comercio internacional siga jugando un papel relevante. En esta lámina lo que pueden ver es los dos grandes flujos de la economía circular, uno que pasa a nivel nacional, donde todos los temas que hemos discutido durante estos 2 días aparecen, el tema de reciclaje, reuso, remanufactura, reparación, etcétera, etcétera, donde normalmente eso pasa en un contexto nacional. Y luego existe otro elemento, que es cómo eso se conecta con un comercio internacional creciente, con un tipo de productos circulares que se puedan generar en los países, ¿sí? Por ejemplo, habrán oído de todo el tema de la servitización o de la desmaterialización de sectores, o también lo que se llama el servicio como producto. Eso hace que, por ejemplo, cada vez más los países tengan un potencial para comercializar servicios relacionados con la desmaterialización de ese tipo de productos. Tenemos comercio de bienes usados de segunda mano, comercio de residuos industriales, etcétera, etcétera. Por lo tanto, hay muchos elementos, y les puedo dar algunos ejemplos, de empresas que si no hubiera estos flujos comerciales realmente no tendrían posibilidad en sus mercados domésticos, porque simplemente no hay suficiente escala. La escala es muy pequeña y la demanda, por lo tanto, no es suficiente como para dinamizar estos modelos. Algunas cifras para que se den cuenta que el tema de economía circular viene de la mano del ámbito comercial, y por qué también esto de alguna manera viene a mostrar que la economía circular viene a quedarse. Aquí lo que les estamos mostrando es solamente un elemento de la economía circular, que es el comercio de residuos industriales en el mundo, porque desafortunadamente no podemos capturar con datos de comercio internacional gran parte de los otros elementos que les comentaba anteriormente. Productos de segunda mano y más no lo podemos capturar, pero residuos industriales sí que podemos capturar. Y como pueden ver, en el mundo, a día de hoy, el crecimiento de los residuos industriales están por encima incluso de la media del comercio mundial. Es decir, cada vez más tenemos un incremento de corrientes de flujos comerciales de residuos industriales en el mundo que superan por bastante, por más de 3 cifras, la media del comercio mundial. Esto pasa no solo en el mundo, sino también pasa, como pueden ver, en América Latina. Esto combinado con otra tendencia, que es que cada vez se paga más por el kilo de residuo industrial en el mundo. Como pueden ver, ese es el valor unitario de exportación de desecho industrial, cada vez se paga más. Por lo tanto, tenemos mayor crecimiento del residuo industrial, cada vez tenemos nuestros contenedores en nuestros puertos cargados de algo que llamamos desecho, que se paga en el comercio internacional cada vez más y que además, como pueden ver aquí, lo comercializan principalmente países ricos. El desecho industrial, a diferencia de lo que pudiéramos pensar, se comercializa entre países ricos, no es algo que se genera en un país rico y se desecha en un país pobre. Por lo tanto, si se comercializa entre este tipo de países, lo primero que tenemos que cuestionar realmente es si el concepto de residuo es válido, porque muy posiblemente estamos hablando de un recurso que se está utilizando en otra parte del mundo para poderse valorizar. Aquí, por ejemplo, les doy una cifra para que se den cuenta de que no todos los residuos son iguales, y esto es muy importante. No es lo mismo ver, por ejemplo, el crecimiento del residuo de e-waste, de desechos de aparatos eléctricos y electrónicos, con, por ejemplo, el desecho de textil y cuero, que está decreciendo en el comercio internacional. Hay rubros de residuos industriales que están creciendo muchísimo, y eso que tiene que ver principalmente con la capacidad de valorización que tienen. Y obviamente, como se pueden imaginar, esos metales críticos, preciosos y el e-waste acaba estando en estos países ricos que valorizan de manera muy eficiente este tipo de recursos. Les voy a dar el ejemplo muy práctico del aluminio para que vean cómo la circularidad empieza a tener mucho sentido económico para muchos sectores. Aquí tienen la economía lineal de pasar de la bauxita a la alumina, a la transformación del aluminio en formas primarias. Y como pueden ver, pasamos de 4 o 5 toneladas a 2 toneladas a tener 1 tonelada de aluminio en formas primarias. Como pueden ver, aluminio que se recicla, solamente se necesita 1.1 kilo de aluminio reciclado para conseguir ese kilo, exactamente ese kilo de aluminio que ven ahí. Por lo tanto, hay una ventaja significativa con respecto al uso de recursos, ya prácticamente en el sector de aluminio, por la posibilidad de poder reciclar y recuperar este tipo de producto de una manera infinita. Vemos que hay un cambio significativo del uso de la minería a un uso de la minería urbana para la recuperación de este tipo de producto. Además, existen otro tipo de ventajas ambientales y económicas muy importantes. Reciclar 1 kilo de aluminio significa ahorrarse 6 kilos de bauxita, 4 kilos de productos químicos, ahorros energéticos significativos y, como pueden ver, una reducción de emisiones bastante considerable. Por lo tanto, el comercio internacional nos da una indicación muy clara de que el concepto de residuo como tal es erróneo. Realmente estamos hablando de un recurso. Y que tenemos empresas como Midas en Chile, una empresa de minería urbana, en un país minero que está apostando por la producción de este tipo de lo que nosotros llamamos materias primas secundarias, como el polvo de cobre o los lingotes de aluminio, en base a el e-waste que recuperan y valorizan. Por lo tanto, el primer mensaje que les quiero mandar es la importancia del comercio internacional. Si miramos muchas veces las hojas de ruta de los países, no se incluye la dimensión del comercio, pero cuando los mercados son limitados, es muy importante empezar a considerar qué país puede ser el que por escalas pudiera absorber el tipo de producto que vamos a valorizar en nuestro país. El segundo bloque de lo que os quería comentar a día de hoy, y me pareció fantástica las intervenciones durante los 2 días, y realmente no tengo mucho de contribuir técnico porque realmente las presentaciones han sido amplias a nivel sectorial, a nivel territorial, y por lo tanto no me queda mucho más que agregar ahí. Pero sí que me gustaría comentarles que uno de los temas principales para nosotros como organismo internacional es cómo pasamos del qué al cómo. El qué es relativamente sencillo, es decir, bueno, fantástico, la economía circular es el nuevo cambio de paradigma, tenemos que apuntar en esa dirección, tenemos que hacer esto, lo otro, pero cómo lo implementamos en la práctica es donde hay muchos retos. Es decir, si ahora nos pudiéramos sentar con el intendente de Córdoba y hablar, bueno, perfecto, después del foro, ¿qué hacemos para dinamizar la economía circular en una ciudad como Córdoba o en cualquier ciudad de América Latina? Y lo que les quería presentar aquí son iniciativas muy específicas de proyectos que hemos desarrollado en el Cono Sur. En particular, quiero hablarles del caso de Uruguay, que se ha abanderado este tema de economía circular desde hace ya algunos años y que lleva una agenda al menos de 4 o 5 años impulsando estas iniciativas y que me parecía que eran interesantes poderlas compartir con ustedes. Uruguay a día de hoy tiene un gran programa o un programa paraguas que se llama Uruguay Circular, ¿sí? Que lo pueden buscar, uruguaycircular.org, y van a ver que dentro de ese gran paraguas hay dos grandes iniciativas, una que se llama Oportunidades Circulares y otro que se llama el Premio Uruguay Circular, ¿sí? El Premio Oportunidades Circulares no es ni más ni menos que ayudar al sector privado principalmente a transitar hacia la economía circular compartiendo los riesgos de financiación. Ahí estamos dando asesoría técnica y también se está dando financiación para poder acompañar a aquellos que todavía transitan hacia la economía circular. El Premio Uruguay Circular, a diferencia de Oportunidades Circulares, lo que hace es premia a aquellas empresas o aquellas instituciones que ya han transitado hacia la circularidad. En los vídeos que hemos visto o nos están poniendo ustedes durante la cumbre, vemos ya muchísimas iniciativas de personas que no han necesitado de esta cumbre para saber que la circularidad era importante y por lo tanto están en una posición de recibir un reconocimiento de por qué la economía circular es un modelo de negocio viable para ellos. Este tipo de iniciativas están financiadas, pueden llegar a ser financiadas por el Fondo Mundial para el Medio Ambiente, también por el Green Climate Fund, el Fondo Verde, y también por bilaterales. Aquí en Uruguay tenemos la contribución de alguna embajada, y estas son ideas que les lanzo para poder ver cómo montar algún tipo de programa que le pueda dar seguimiento a este foro tan fantástico, a esta cumbre tan fantástica, y poder hacer operativas muchas de estas ideas. Déjenme que les dé algunas cifras para que vean el impacto de esta iniciativa en un país como Uruguay. El programa de Oportunidades Circulares lleva 4 ediciones, estamos en la 2021, pero el programa arrancó en el año 2018. Tuvimos un total de 250 postulaciones, con una inversión que se hizo por parte del financiamiento de organismos internacionales y de gobierno de $1,5 millones, con un levantamiento por parte de los privados de aproximadamente $2 millones, ¿sí? O sea, realmente notamos un apetito muy grande en un país chico como Uruguay de lanzarse hacia la economía circular a través de estas 3 convocatorias, que ahora les voy a comentar un poco cómo funcionan. ¿Qué es lo que normalmente hacemos cuando lanzamos un programa como Oportunidades Circulares? El primer tema que hacemos son mesas de inspiración, o lo que llamamos eventos de inspiración, que es exactamente lo que estamos haciendo en esta cumbre, pero aterrizado a sectores muy concretos. La economía circular a nivel sectorial es muy diferente a cómo la miramos desde el punto de vista macro. Pues la economía circular del sector textil tiene dinámicas muy diferentes a la economía circular del sector automotor, totalmente diferentes. A nivel de indicadores, los principios son los mismos, pero las aplicaciones son muy diferentes. Por lo tanto, en los eventos de inspiración traemos a expertos que nos ayudan a entender cómo funciona la economía circular en sector A, B o C. Luego tenemos 2 líneas de apoyo, una es la validación de ideas y otras son implementaciones de proyectos. Con la validación de ideas lo que estamos haciendo es testeando cosas. Realmente la economía circular en muchos ámbitos todavía no sabemos si funciona, no sabemos si es viable económicamente o técnicamente, y por eso validamos ideas que se pueden llegar a financiar hasta $5.000, y a partir de ahí, en base a las propuestas que nos dan, podemos hacer una preselección de aquellas ideas que nos parecen más interesantes o tienen más salida técnica y económica. Y luego existe la implementación de proyectos, donde hay un financiamiento mayor, que ahí estamos trabajando con empresas que ya nos ponen sobre la mesa un plan de desarrollo de un modelo de negocio circular ya establecido, donde por supuesto estamos pidiendo mucha más, o estamos exigiendo mucho más desde el punto de vista de criterios técnicos, de estudios de mercado, de derrames a nivel sociales y ambientales en las propuestas y demás. Y estas 2 líneas nos han permitido anclar la economía circular tanto a los startups, que son gente que empieza a concebir la economía circular pero no tiene todavía un plan de desarrollo concebido, y aquellas empresas que ya están más maduras y quieren lanzarse en esa dirección. Aquí les doy una idea, sin querer entrar en detalles, porque todo esto está online y lo pueden ver, de las ideas que, por ejemplo, fueron beneficiarias en el año 2018. teniendo en cuenta un poco la naturaleza y la estructura productiva de Uruguay, uno esperaría que hubiera muchas iniciativas agroganaderas, y así fue el caso. Ven ahí, por ejemplo, el desarrollo de contenedores de alimento utilizando cáscara de arroz, o productos alimenticios utilizando el orujo de tanat. Una línea muy interesante que cada vez vemos con más fuerza es el uso de los residuos de construcción, los ROC, para todo tipo de cosas. En este caso, una de las ideas premiadas fue la producción de un fertilizante a partir de yeso. A nivel de proyectos, obviamente mucho más sofisticado, desde ladrillos ecológicos, pirólisis de neumáticos, como pueden ver ahí, iniciativas mucho más amplias, donde se requieren mucho más recursos, empresas ya establecidas en el país y con una intención de, a través de este proyecto, consolidar sus modelos de negocios circulares. En el año 2019 hicimos una pequeña variación a este tipo de iniciativas, porque además de la validación de ideas, la implementación de proyectos, tuvimos una nueva línea que se llamaba la puesta en marcha y prototipos. En ese aspecto lo que queríamos ya es ir un poquito más allá de la validación de ideas y ofrecer algunas soluciones tecnológicas ya testeadas a la realidad de la idea que se estaba planteando aquí. Entonces, bueno, ahí también, como pueden ver, se asignó unos recursos de casi $40.000 por proyecto y también se consiguieron resultados muy interesantes. Esta fue la convocatoria del 2019 con los beneficiarios. No quiero entrar en detalle, pero como pueden ver ya nos estamos moviendo en líneas mucho más sofisticadas, como baterías de litio, como placas recicladas, en fin, temáticas mucho más complejas. Un tema que no es menor, que se ha repetido durante todo este evento, es el tema de reciclaje. Y a pesar de que nosotros hemos insistido por todo sitio de que queremos apoyar sobre todo aquellas iniciativas de economía circular que están en la parte más alta de la jerarquía de valorización, como nos comentaba un amigo esta mañana, realmente todavía se habla mucho de reciclaje. Aquí lo que están viendo es gran parte de las propuestas de economía circular que nos estaban llegando son de reciclaje, y es por eso que en el año 2021 lo que queremos hacer es incluir un criterio adicional, que es la aplicación de innovación y tecnología a la economía circular, muy en línea con lo que ha comentado Petar Ostojic esta mañana, ¿no? Cómo empezamos a aplicar tecnología y sobre todo industria 4.0 a la economía circular, de tal manera que no siempre estamos hablando de los mismos rubros, sino que estamos hablando de algo que aparece por ahí, como el servicio para la economía circular o nuevos materiales. Eso le habla mucho más a toda la parte de ecodiseño y demás, que nos parece mucho más interesante. Eso desde el punto de vista de oportunidades circulares, donde estamos apoyando a empresas que están transitando hacia la circularidad. El Premio Uruguay Circular también es otra iniciativa que nos parecería muy interesante para poder implementar en Argentina, y es un premio que damos a través de Page, donde reconocemos iniciativas, empresas, comunidades que han transitado a circularidad, donde realmente el premio es un reconocimiento, damos visibilidad y asistencia técnica también a esas empresas. En muchos casos lo que hacemos es proyectamos las ideas de empresarios cordobeses, por ejemplo, que han conseguido hacer algo magnífico y lo proyectamos por el mundo, ¿no? Utilizando la plataforma que ONUDI es a nivel global. Estas son las categorías con las que estamos trabajando. Es muy interesante que vean que para nosotros no solamente el sector privado, sino también comunidades, instituciones educativas hacen cosas fantásticas, porque pensamos que la economía circular parte desde la educación y por lo tanto nos fascina cuando los colegios empiezan a hacer programas sobre compostaje o sobre recuperación de productos o sobre reutilización de materiales y demás, y es fantástico el poder ver cómo hay instituciones educativas que se abanderan de la economía circular de una manera maravillosa. Estos son los resultados que hemos tenido. El Premio Uruguay Circular ya lo tenemos de corrido 3 años y sería fantástico que un país como Argentina o una ciudad como Córdoba pudiera abanderarse este tipo de programas. O sea, qué fácil sería, por ejemplo, arrancar con un programa de un premio Córdoba Circular, ¿verdad?, donde pudiéramos en conjunto con ustedes desarrollar estas iniciativas, poder premiar a esas empresas que han sido exitosas y poderlas proyectar por América Latina y por el mundo. Y ni qué decir tiene, obviamente, de esos proyectos más grandes, financiados por el Fondo Mundial del Medio Ambiente, que nos permitirían anclar la temática de economía circular con asistencia técnica, financiamiento de tecnología, etc. El último tema que les quería comentar, no me quiero dejar de al lado a la academia, y no me la quiero dejar de lado porque como académico en el pasado a veces sufrimos muchas veces del síndrome de los headlines, ¿no? de las cabeceras, de las grandes cabeceras. Economía circular nos parece fantástico, es la panacea. Hoy mi amigo Nicola Cerantola hablaba ¿cómo eran? Del mundo de fantasía, ¿no? de la economía circular, cuando en realidad estamos hablando de un mundo mucho más tormentoso, ¿no? Y la evidencia nos muestra que muchos modelos de economía circular no son rentables, no son viables económicamente, en algunos casos incluso ni técnicamente se pueden justificar. Y es por eso que nosotros queremos traer la economía circular al sector académico, para analizar realmente que algunas cosas de la economía circular son funcionales y otras cosas no lo son, ¿verdad? Y por lo tanto nos parece muy interesante el poder traer la economía circular al sector académico. Este es un pequeño componente de un proyecto Biovalor, que ha sido un proyecto bandera aquí en Uruguay con respecto a la economía circular, donde pedimos a los estudiantes que escriban sus tesis sobre economía circular y podamos, digamos, alimentar mucho más la narrativa de qué funciona y qué no funciona la economía circular, y no nos creamos a pie juntillas todo lo que nos dicen. Lo que comentaba anteriormente, los famosos unicornios de mi amigo Nicola Cerantola. Así que bueno, resumiendo, y me he atrevido a poner una lámina final con respecto a todo lo que ha supuesto esta cumbre, ¿no? Porque me ha parecido fantástica y quería recoger en esta pequeña lámina todo lo que yo he visto, lo que he aprendido y bueno, y de alguna manera resumir todo lo que nos ha convocado durante estos días. ¿Qué se necesita para la economía circular? Y he puesto ahí, bueno, pues todos los temas que han ido surgiendo, ¿no? La conciencia ciudadana, cambio de cultura, nos estaban comentando esta mañana Luis Lehmann desde aquí, desde Argentina, todo el tema que estamos hablando de mercado, la importancia de que exista un mercado para la economía circular. Desde el punto de vista empresarial, estamos viendo todas estas empresas que están cambiando sus modelos de negocio y están apostando a temáticas que son innovadoras. Ayer, por ejemplo, nos estaban hablando de todo el tema de financiamiento verde. Yo estoy de acuerdo con el ponente. Ayer se viene mucho financiamiento en economía circular, no solamente por los fondos multilaterales que existen, sino también por la banca comercial privada, ¿no? Y por último, lo que se ha comentado hoy, que tenemos mucho ímpetu, es el tema de conocimiento e innovación, que nos parece una de las áreas fuertes para trabajar. Y cómo no, política pública va a ser el faro, no va a ser el factor determinante, pero va a ser el faro que nos ayude a orientarnos hacia la economía circular a través de incentivos, regulaciones e incluso prohibiciones. Así que bueno, sin más, agradecerles de nuevo la invitación a ONUDI. Estamos en Montevideo, pero en el momento que nos levanten el confinamiento, les garantizo que estamos en Argentina y en Córdoba, que lo tengo en la agenda desde hace mucho tiempo. Muchísimas gracias.
Bueno, Manuel, muchas gracias. La verdad que muy clara tu exposición. Nos ha quedado clarísimo ambas disertaciones. Yo para hacer un poco el seguimiento de la conferencia, quería preguntarte sobre políticas públicas específicas o casos de éxito, además del de Uruguay que contaste bien recientemente, que ayudan a la potencialidad a potenciar la economía circular en los estados subnacionales. ¿Cómo podemos coordinar desde políticas públicas a potenciar a las empresas de economía circular y ayudar a aquella industria tradicional a la transición hacia la economía circular sin riesgo en el medio, ¿no?
Claro que sí, Enzo, muchas gracias. Es una pregunta muy amplia porque el rango de instrumentos de política pública para la economía circular es amplísimo, desde instrumentos fiscales hasta leyes de responsabilidad extendida al productor, gestión integral de residuos, en fin. Creo que para mí lo que es muy interesante, y yo creo que más que dar, digamos, puntualizaciones muy concretas con respecto a algún instrumento de política que me parece interesante. Yo agruparía los instrumentos de política en dos grandes bloques, ¿no? Aquellos que son la zanahoria y el palo, ¿no? El carrot and stick, como se dice en inglés, ¿no? Aquellos que desde el sector empresarial se ven como una carga adicional, ¿no? Que puede ser algo impositivo, alguna prohibición, algún tipo de restricción. Pero no nos olvidemos del otro tipo de política pública, que son los incentivos, es decir, por ejemplo, el apoyar a empresas que hacen economía circular a través de reducciones impositivas cuando hacen I+D en economía circular, por ejemplo, o programas de compra pública innovadora y sostenible de países que pueden ser traccionadores de la demanda, es decir, muchos de estos temas que estamos sacando ahora, o por ejemplo el tipo de muebles en las cuales se sientan ustedes, que es un tipo de mueble proveniente de tablas de plástico reciclado, que no necesariamente nos lo vamos a meter todo en la casa, ¿verdad? Pero sí que, por ejemplo, a través de compras públicas se pueden amueblar colegios públicos, lugares públicos, en fin, se pueden hacer un montón de cosas. Así que yo agruparía las políticas públicas en aquellas que generan regulaciones, desincentivos, prohibiciones, con aquellas que generan este tipo de incentivos, ¿no? Que dan también un poquito la parte más dulce de la política pública, que es no solamente prohibir y regular y cuestionar, sino también ser faro y ofrecer este tipo de programas que puedan ser de ayuda para el sector empresarial.
Y aquella sobre el comercio internacional de materia prima de la economía circular que se da entre países ricos, que decías al principio, si te parece que el camino es potenciar ese comercio internacional o generar que la transformación de esa materia prima se dé en los estados latinoamericanos o en los estados en vía de desarrollo.
Perfecta, y es una pregunta muy válida. Y depende del país, ¿no? Es decir, por ejemplo, en un país como Uruguay, y no les he puesto algunas láminas, gran cantidad del aluminio que se recupera aquí no se puede prácticamente digamos introducir en ninguna actividad productiva, ¿no? Y se tiene que exportar en formas de fardos a Brasil, por ejemplo. Pero a lo mejor la realidad es muy diferente en el caso de Argentina. Argentina eventualmente en la valorización de residuos, por ejemplo, de aparatos eléctricos y electrónicos, teniendo en cuenta que tiene una industria siderúrgica fuerte, una industria automotor fuerte, eventualmente puede sustituir el producto minero por el producto recuperado, ¿no? Como hemos visto. O sea, realmente no necesariamente se tiene uno que volcar al comercio. Siempre que no exista demanda nacional para ese tipo de productos, se puede valorizar, pues definitivamente se puede comercializar. Ese es el punto de mi argumento. Pero por otro lado, lo que tenemos es el potencial que tiene un país para, digamos, si es un país que no es necesariamente minero, poder valorizar sus propios residuos de aparatos eléctricos y electrónicos y reducir la importación de esos residuos que vengan de fuera. Por lo tanto, yo creo que en el fondo lo que nosotros queremos ver en realidad dentro de la economía circular es una reducción significativa de la comercialización de estos residuos, porque en el fondo lo que estaríamos viendo es, uno, que cada vez generamos menos residuos, y dos, que lo que valorizamos a nivel de país se queda en el país y no necesariamente se tiene que comercializar. A día de hoy, el mensaje que les estamos transmitiendo es que alguien está haciendo negocio, obviamente, de la valorización de algo que se llama residuo, que en el fondo no es un residuo, es un recurso.
Bueno, Manuel, muchas gracias. La verdad que ha sido un gusto, un placer tenerte como disertante en esta Cumbre Mundial de Economía Circular. Ha sido muy claro y la verdad que muchas gracias por la disertación.
Muchas gracias a ustedes por la invitación.
Así es, ha sido muy grato escuchar esta presentación que, como cada una de las presentaciones que han sido realizadas, han convertido y han prestigiado este evento como distinguido en nuestro país, en nuestro continente, al mundo.
Claro que sí, y los datos que tenemos para compartir con todos ustedes son realmente increíbles. Es un orgullo contarles, por ejemplo, que en esta primera Cumbre Mundial de Economía Circular tuvimos 41 países de los 5 continentes siguiéndolo. Tuvimos también un récord de producciones, 438.000 personas que estuvieron con sus computadoras siguiendo las disertaciones, escuchando de qué se trata este tema, aprendiendo, interiorizándose. Muchas de las disertaciones fueron traducidas en 4 idiomas, también contamos con lenguaje de señas. Hubo más de 60 disertantes y además, bueno, qué decirles, el agradecimiento en primer lugar al intendente de la ciudad de Córdoba, doctor Martín Yarlora, al señor secretario de Ambiente y Sostenibilidad, Jorge Foloni, y también al señor Enzo Cravero, presidente del Ente Bio Córdoba, que hizo realidad este evento. Así que realmente más que agradecidos.
Exactamente. Y no nos queremos olvidar de agradecer a moderadores, moderadoras, disertantes, autoridades, funcionarios y representantes de organismos públicos, gubernamentales y educativos, como también del tercer sector. A las empresas, a los auspiciantes, a los sponsors, todos quienes confiaron y creyeron en la realización de este evento.
Y por supuesto un agradecimiento muy especial a todas las personas que estuvieron aquí en este recinto, ¿no? La técnica, la producción, un agradecimiento muy especial a la prensa local y nacional que se hicieron eco de este evento, también por supuesto a los traductores y principalmente a ustedes, que estuvieron del otro lado y nos sostuvieron también a nosotros, quienes tuvimos el orgullo de acompañarlos con nuestras palabras a lo largo de estas 2 jornadas.
Así es. Damas y caballeros, hemos compartido con ustedes esta primera cumbre de economía circular desde nuestra ciudad de Córdoba, con el orgullo de ser capital mundial de la economía circular. Para finalizar este encuentro internacional, vamos a escuchar las palabras del señor intendente municipal de nuestra ciudad de Córdoba. Escuchamos al doctor Martín Yarlora.
Quiero agradecer a los organizadores, a los disertantes y especialmente a todos los que participaron de esta cumbre mundial que permitió generar este hecho histórico en defensa de nuestro planeta. Hemos co-creado un espacio de encuentro de distintos sectores, de referentes y expertos en economía circular. Compartimos y articulamos nuevos modelos de políticas ambientales, mostramos experiencias que fomentan la creación de nuevos empleos verdes e inclusivos, difundimos líneas de financiamiento, innovación y desarrollos tecnológicos que potenciarán la aplicación de este nuevo modelo socioproductivo. La cumbre ha sido un grito de esperanza que le plantea a la comunidad local, nacional e internacional un nuevo camino, un sendero que nos lleve a adoptar un modelo distinto de producción y de consumo hacia el desarrollo sostenible. Los cordobeses creemos necesario seguir impulsando esta transformación. Tenemos la decisión y el coraje, tenemos la vocación y la pasión. Por eso volveremos a asumir el gran desafío de realizar la segunda Cumbre Mundial de Economía Circular, a realizarse el 15 y 16 de junio en nuestra querida ciudad. Y a propuesta de los emprendedores y las empresas que participaron en esta cumbre, es que surgió la necesidad también de buscar un lugar para que las mismas y los mismos puedan mostrar sus productos, puedan mostrar sus servicios. Y es por ello que haremos simultáneamente la primer Feria Internacional de la Economía Circular. No vamos a esperar que el mundo cambie. Desde Córdoba vamos a impulsar ese cambio. Y con esta cumbre, ese cambio ya comenzó. Te esperamos el próximo año. Muchas gracias.
Los invito a conocer Córdoba capital, rodeada por sierras, llanuras, arroyos y ríos que invitan al descanso, a la recreación para el turismo de todo el mundo. Aquí la Córdoba histórica, la manzana jesuítica declarada Patrimonio Cultural de la Humanidad por la UNESCO, sus iglesias y la casa donde nació el primer poeta argentino. El diseño y la innovación tecnológica de modernos edificios convive con las supermanzanas. Este nuevo paradigma del espacio público para disfrutar de nuestras obras emblemáticas, testigos de más de 400 años de historia. Una ciudad con intervenciones paisajísticas que incluyen ríos, lagos, parques y reservas naturales. Córdoba y su gente, curiosa e inquieta, nos permite la permanente creación de empresas, ser pioneros en la industria y el nuevo uso de los materiales. El nivel internacional de conocimiento científico asociado a la educación ambiental nos impulsa a convivir en armonía con la biodiversidad del entorno natural.
3, 2, 1, ignition. Liftoff.
El cordobés vive en la cultura y el arte de su ciudad. Se reconoce por su calidez y su buen humor, siempre sacando una sonrisa al ritmo de un cuarteto. La Córdoba del conocimiento es creativa, comunitaria y ahora también circular. Bienvenidos a la Cumbre Mundial de Economía Circular. Ciudad de Córdoba, Argentina.